I'm going back to the beginning of this guy's fucking shit.
May it please the court, counsel, Mr. Chauvin, members of the jury. A reasonable doubt is a doubt that is based upon reason and common sense. At the end of this case, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about doubt. But for purposes of my remarks this morning, I want to talk about reason and common sense and how that applies to the evidence that you're about to see during the course of this trial. Reason is an idea that wholly permeates our law, our legal system, and it forms the foundation. And you will see and hear that repeatedly throughout the course of this trial. What would a reasonable police officer do? What is a reasonable use of force? What would a reasonable person do in his or her most important affairs? What is a reasonable doubt? As such, reason dictates and necessitates how the evidence must be looked at and analyzed in every single case. And common sense is exactly that. It's common sense. Common sense tells you that there are always two sides to a story. Common sense tells us that we need to examine the totality of the circumstances to determine the meaning of evidence and how it can be applied to the questions of reasonableness of actions and reactions. In other words, common sense is the application of sound judgment based upon a reasoned analysis. And that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the evidence in this case. The evidence that you will see in this case during this trial. It is, I agree with counsel for the state, it is nothing more than that. There is no political or social
Dudes, what's going on, bitch?
in this courtroom. But the evidence is far greater.
What's going on, bitch?
Minutes,
Cheers, motherfucker.
In this case, you will learn that the evidence has been collected broadly and expansively. Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension employed nearly 50 case agents, analysts, and technicians to investigate this case. The Federal Bureau of Investigation included at least 28 additional agents in their investigation. These agents combined have engaged in an extensive and far-reaching investigation. They have interviewed over 50 members of the Minneapolis Police Department, including the officers who responded to the scene after Mr. Floyd was brought to the hospital. They interviewed members of the Minneapolis Police Department command staff. They interviewed officers who oversee training and policy-making decisions within the Minneapolis Police Department. They have interviewed nearly 200 civilian witnesses in this case. Some of these witnesses saw the entire incident, some who saw a portion of the incident, many who saw nothing, and some who had some piece of information to give to the officers, and others who had nothing. These agents interviewed the numerous medical personnel who attended to Mr. Floyd, and they interviewed the numerous firefighters and paramedics who responded. Agents executed approximately a dozen search warrants in this case to gather information. And in the end, you will hear a term throughout, I believe, this case called the Bates stamp number. The Bates stamp system is a way for lawyers to keep track of the case, to make sure that we are working from the same set of documents, the same set of evidence, to preserve the integrity of the investigation. You will learn that we are approaching 50,000 Bates stamped items. So this case is clearly more than about 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
Yeet!
As you all saw during jury selection, the witness list in this case neared 400 people. So how do we begin to analyze and organize this evidence? I suggest that you let common sense and reason guide you. I propose that every witness you will hear from and every piece of evidence that you will see or hear during this trial can be assigned to one of four basic locations. Cup Foods, the Mercedes-Benz,
Cup Foods.
Squad 320,
I want some cup
and
ramen,
Hennepin
dude.
County Medical Center. So let's start at the first, Cup Foods. You will learn that on May 25th,
I have food in a cup.
2020, shortly after 7 o'clock p.m.,
Mashed
Mr.
potatoes.
Floyd and his friend Maurice Hall entered the Cup Foods located at 38th in Chicago. While they were there, they ran into their other friend, or Mr. Floyd's ex-girlfriend, Chauvin Hill, and he offered her a ride.
Shawanda.
You will hear from Chris Martin, who is the store clerk at Cup Foods. Mr. Martin observed Mr. Floyd. He watched his body language. He interacted with Mr. Floyd in this moment. And Mr. Martin formed the opinion that Mr. Floyd was under the influence of something.
Hell yeah, he did.
You will see the actual video from inside Cup Foods.
Hell
Mr.
yeah, we
Floyd
will.
did use a counterfeit $20 bill to purchase a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah, he did do
Mr.
that
Martin
shit.
realized this, and first, along with another one of his co-workers named Nabil Walter, went outside to the car
BRB, we'll see when you get
where
back.
Mr. Floyd, Mr. Hall, and Miss Hill were sitting. Mr. Martin asked Mr. Floyd to come in and either buy the cigarettes, exchange, or return the cigarettes. And you will hear from Mr. Martin that Mr. Hall and Mr. Floyd refused. You will hear that a short time later, Mr. Martin went back to the car a second time. He went back to ask them again, please come inside, give us the money, or return the cigarettes. And that second time, again, Mr. Floyd refused. So, at
Goddamn
8:01
shit.
p.m., the
Bruised.
second clerk from the Cup Foods, named Omar Kamara, called 911 to report Mr. Floyd. During that call, Mr. Kamara, you will hear, described Mr. Floyd as drunk and that he could not control himself. He's not acting right. He's 6 to 6.5 feet tall. Accordingly, Minneapolis police officers Thomas Lane and Alexander King were dispatched to the scene and arrived at 8:08 p.m. They were driving Minneapolis Squad Car 320, and they faced parking southbound in the northbound lane of Chicago Avenue and were directed by store employees immediately to the second location, the Mercedes-Benz. During this trial, you will hear evidence of what happened in the Mercedes-Benz in the 20 to 30 minutes prior to the police arriving. You will hear from Mr. Floyd's friends, Shawanda Hill and Maurice Hall. This will include evidence that while they were in the car, Mr. Floyd consumed what were thought to be 2 Percocet pills. Mr. Floyd's friends will explain that Mr. Floyd fell asleep in the car and that they couldn't wake him up, that they kept trying to wake him up to get going, that they thought the police might be coming because now the store was coming out, and they kept trying to wake him up. And in fact, one of these friends called her daughter, Miss Hill, Shawanda Hill, called her daughter, Shakira Prince, to come and pick her up because they couldn't keep Mr. Floyd awake. At 8:09 p.m., Officers Lane and King approached the vehicle, and Officer Lane approached the driver's side of the vehicle, and Officer King approached the passenger side. During the course of this trial, you will see and hear the body-worn cameras of these officers.
Floppy, because
That fully
I can't show this on Twitch, I'm going to
the
get banned.
entire interaction
Can't show the
with
trial
Mr.
on
Floyd
Twitch. Actually,
and his friends.
a commie streamer named...
You will see Officer
Get
Lane
this, you're gonna get a kick
draw
out of
his
this.
service weapon after Mr. Floyd failed several times to respond to his commands to show him his hands. You will learn that that is an acceptable police practice.
Okay, a commie streamer named Unicorn
You
Riot
will see the officers
got
struggle
suspended
with
off
Mr.
Twitch
to get
today
him out of the
for
Mercedes
streaming
Benz.
this. And they're
And
showing the video of
And you
him
will
dying,
see and
and that
hear
is
everything
considered
that these
extreme gore and
officers
violence,
and
and
Mr.
that's
Floyd say to
hardcore
each
against
other.
Twitch TOS. And I
The
want to show
evidence will
this.
show
I do not want to get
that
banned
when
on Twitch.
confronted by police,
Plus, I gotta
Mr.
expand
Floyd put
my
drugs
shit
in his
anyways.
mouth in an
So this is
effort
perfect
to
opportunity for
conceal
all
them from the police. At approximately 8:10 p.m., Officer Peter Chang of the Minneapolis Park Police responds. He responds to the scene to assist Officers King and Lane. and he helps in detaining the passengers. You will see Officer Chang's body-worn camera, and you will hear his interactions. This becomes important as we learn about police practices, because what you
So it's
will
me
learn
being
is that
smart,
when an
big
officer
brain.
responds to what is sometimes a routine and minimal event, it often evolves into a greater and more serious event. You will see surveillance videos near Squad 320 from a local business called the Dragon Walk that capture the actions and reactions of everyone present at that location,
Yep.
including
Thank you, Floppy.
evidence of further
appreciate that.
concealment of controlled substances. During the course of the investigation, 2 search warrants were executed on the Mercedes-Benz. The first on May 27th of 2020, the second several months
Second
later
jet?
on December 9th of 2020. BCA agents located various pieces of evidence during both of these searches, including 2 pills that later analysis by the BCA revealed to be a mixture of methamphetamine and fentanyl. This is what's called a speedball, a
Speedball.
mixture of an opiate and a stimulant. You will learn that these pills were manufactured to have the appearance of Percocet.
Oh, shit.
While standing next to the Mercedes-Benz, Officer King and Officer Lane both asked Mr. Floyd what he was on. And he says he is on nothing.
Fake Percocet,
Officer
speedball,
King
meth,
Lane
and fentanyl.
escorted Mr. Floyd to the 3rd location, Minneapolis Squad 320. The evidence will show that as Officers King and Lane escorted Mr. Floyd to their squad car, a citizen by the name of Charles McMillian walked alongside them. He kind of joined them. And he was encouraging Mr. Floyd to cooperate with the officers. Get in the car, you can't win. The evidence will show that Mr. Floyd and the officers began to struggle as they attempted to get him in the squad car. And you will learn that Officers Derek Chauvin and his partner Tu Tao arrived to assist Officers King and Lane at 8:16 and 48 seconds, almost 8:17. Upon their arrival, the first thing that Officer Chauvin sees is Officers King and Lane struggling with Mr. Floyd. Mr. Chauvin asked the officers, "Is he under arrest?" Yes. And then Officer Chauvin began to assist them in their efforts to get him into the squad car. You will see that 3 Minneapolis police officers could not overcome the strength of Mr. Floyd. Mr. Chauvin stands 5'9", 140 pounds. Mr. Floyd is 6'3", weighs 223 pounds. You will learn that because of this intersection at 38th and Chicago is considered a high crime area, the city installs what's called the Milestone Video System. It's a camera that sits high atop a pole and can surveil the entire intersection. When you see these videos pulled back from afar, you will be able to see the Minneapolis police squad car rocking back and forth during this struggle. So much so that it catches the attention of the 911 dispatcher, Jenna Scurry. This was not an easy struggle. As the struggle continues, you will see and hear both what Mr. Floyd was saying to the officers and the officers' responses to him. Mr. Floyd does end up on the street and appeared to continue to struggle to these officers, so much so that they considered applying what's called the maximal restraint technique. It used to be called the hobble or the hog tie. Mr. Chauvin used his knee to pin Mr. Floyd's left shoulder blade and back to the ground, and his right knee to pin Mr. Floyd's left arm to the ground. Officer King was placed below Mr. Floyd's buttocks, and Officer Lane was at the feet. And you will see and hear them continue to struggle with Mr. Floyd as he's attempting to kick. You will see and hear that a crowd begins to develop, watching and recording officers. initially fairly passive. As the situation went on, the crowd began to grow angry. But here's what you will also see and hear. You will see and hear the conversation between the officers behind the squad car. The crowd is not aware of what they are saying and doing. You will learn that several bystanders, including Donald Williams and Genevieve Hansen, they grew more and more and more upset with these officers. You've seen it this morning. But you will also see it from the perspective of the police officers. As the crowd grew in size, seemingly so too did their anger. And remember, there's more to the scene than just what the officers see in front of them. There are people behind them. There are people across the street. There are cars stopping, people yelling. There is a growing crowd and what officers perceive to be a threat. They're called names. You heard them this morning. A fucking bum.
Ooh.
They're screaming at him, causing the officers to divert their attention from the care of Mr. Floyd to the threat that was growing in front of them. At this location, questions emerge about the reasonableness of the use of force. And this will ultimately become one of the decisions that you have to make. To answer these questions, the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the evidence will show that the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension investigated the Minneapolis Police Department's training and policies. You will learn about things such as the authorized use of force, proportionality of force, excited delirium, defensive tactics, including prone handcuffing, neck restraints.
So I got a ban on D-Live until 21-21-50.
You will learn about rapidly evolving situations and the Minneapolis Police Department's decision-making.
9-21.
You will learn about crowd control.
So I got like a
medical intervention, de-escalation, procedural justice, crisis intervention, and the
got like an 8-hour restriction on D-Live.
What happens to a police officer or any person when they are involved in a high-stress use of force situation. And you will learn
Isn't that fun?
Derek Chauvin did exactly what he had been trained to do over the course of his 19-year career. The use of force is not attractive, but it is a necessary component of policing.
Do I think Chauvin will be convicted? No.
Demonstrate that the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension conducted 2 searches of Squad 320. You will learn that in the second search of Squad 320, agents recovered several pieces of partially dissolved pills. You will learn that these pills were again analyzed, were again shown to be consistent or similar to the pills found in the Mercedes-Benz, in that they contained methamphetamine and traces of fentanyl. Moreover, these pills contained the DNA and saliva of George Floyd. Which leads us to our final location, Hennepin County Medical Center. The evidence will show that officers made 2 calls for emergency help. Those calls were within 1 minute and 30 seconds of each other. The first call, officers called for paramedics to arrive code 2 because Mr. Floyd had a nose injury. He was bleeding from the nose. That occurred during the struggle. Mr. Floyd banged his face into the plexiglass partition.
They're going to prove that he died from an overdose.
You will see the blood evidence in the squad car.
People are not stupid.
That first call came at 8 o'clock, 20 minutes, and 11 seconds.
I'm just going to pause for 1 second. The only way he gets convicted is if the jury is scared for their own safety or for if they're the safety of their community. Now, if that happens, another court, and this has happened before, or a Supreme Court, can come in and say, we know that this jury convicted wrong because they're all so scared, bunch of scared bitches, and we are actually gonna redo this trial and say not guilty and all that shit. So I think ultimately The truth will prevail, and this man will walk free right here.
The second call was what's called a stepped-up call, or a code 3 call, meaning get here as fast as you possibly can. That call was made and placed at 8 o'clock, 21 minutes, and 35 seconds. You will learn that paramedics arrived on scene at 8:27 and 18 seconds, just 19 minutes after Officers King and Lane arrived, within 6 minutes of it being called a code 3, and they did what they refer to as a load and go because of the crowd. They came, they picked up rather than attempting to resuscitate him or treat him on the scene, they loaded him into the ambulance and they drove to a location several blocks away to begin their resuscitative efforts. And you will hear and learn that Officer Thomas Lane accompanied them for part of that time. You will learn ultimately that Mr. Floyd was transported to the emergency department at Hennepin County. Efforts to save Mr. Floyd were made at the direction of Dr. Bradford Wankeed Langenfeld. Again, he took important tests. He ran blood samples and blood gas samples. He took obtained very important
One
pieces
truth
of
will
information.
prevail. Detective Conan
You
D.
will learn
Blaze.
that
Hell
later
yeah.
that evening Mr. Floyd was pronounced dead. The evidence will show then that Dr. Andrew Baker of the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office conducted the only autopsy of Mr. Floyd. And you will hear of several interviews that Dr. Baker had with law enforcement where he discusses the cause and manner of death and what that actually means according to what he saw present in Mr. Floyd's body.
Today's episode, Fatal
And some of
Floyd.
this evidence
Betanor,
is
what's going on, brother?
Extremely important to the final determination of
Yeah,
Mr.
they're
Floyd's
talking about it
cause
right
of
now,
death.
Ben.
The medical findings include things such as the blood gas test that was taken at HCMC that revealed Mr. Floyd had an exceptionally high level of carbon dioxide.
Right here, baby.
Dr. Baker found none of what are referred to as the telltale signs of asphyxiation. There were no bruises to Mr. Floyd's neck, either on his skin or after peeling his skin back to the muscles beneath. There was no petechial hemorrhaging. There was no evidence that Mr. Floyd's airflow was restricted, and he did not determine to be a positional or mechanical asphyxia death. At the time Mr. Floyd was in the hospital, a femoral blood draw was taken. That blood draw was analyzed by a lab. The results of
Look at
Mr.
this fucking fat
Floyd's
fucker.
toxicology screen revealed the presence of fentanyl and methamphetamine, among other things. And it will be important to know the difference between fentanyl and methamphetamine. The autopsy revealed many other issues, including coronary disease, an enlarged heart, what's called a paraganglioma, which is a tumor that secretes adrenaline,
Yikes.
swelling or edema of the lungs. And the state was not satisfied with Dr. Baker's work. And so they have contracted with numerous physicians to contradict Dr. Baker's findings. And this will ultimately be another significant battle in this trial. What was Mr. Floyd's actual cause of death? The evidence will show that Mr. Floyd died of a cardiac arrhythmia that occurred as a result of hypertension, his coronary disease, the ingestion of methamphetamine and fentanyl, and the adrenaline flowing through his body, all of which acted to further compromise an already compromised heart. At the conclusion of this evidence, you will be instructed as to the law, the elements of the offense, and the court will give you detailed instructions on what you must find to convict Mr. Chauvin of these charges. But when you review the actual evidence,
I'm reading all the
and when
chat.
you hear the law,
Just not out loud 'cause I
and
wanna listen.
reason and common sense, there will only be one just verdict, and that is to find Mr. Chauvin not guilty.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our morning recess at this time until about 11:15. I want you to keep in mind that these breaks, we try and keep as much as we can to time, but if bathroom needs and other needs are important, we can expand it a little bit. So I don't want you to be nervous about.
Historically, this is often used.
No recess for us, baby.
Your Honor, the state would call Jenna Scurry to the stand.
Now, after the opening remarks, the trial fucking begins, buddy. Woo!
You swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
I do.
It begins.
Before you begin, if you could give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Okay. My first name is Jenna, Jena. Middle of Lee, Lee. Last name is Scurry, SC as in Charlie, URRY.
Z is in what?
You want the witnesses to leave their mask on or off? What's the preference?
Actually, I prefer you take your mask off so we can hear it, if you don't mind. There we go.
Thank you, Ms. Scurry.
Z is in jury?
Can you tell the jurors what your occupation is?
I am a Minneapolis 911 dispatcher.
And so who is your employer?
City of Minneapolis.
And how long have you been doing that?
Almost 7 years.
Can you tell the jurors what kind of training goes into being a dispatcher?
A lot of training. We go through close to 2 years of training, starting with call taking, where citizens are calling 911 with their emergencies. Also speaking to non-emergencies and how we can direct those. We then work with police and fire on sending them their calls and prioritizing those, and also with the police officers on their off duties and warrants and lost children. So there's a multitude. There's about 4 different positions that we work.
Yeah, and maybe I should start first with, what all is involved in your job as a dispatcher? What are the kinds of things you do?
Specifically as a dispatcher, I take the calls that are from 911 as they are prioritized and send them out to the police officers or the firefighters to handle.
And do you also, for instance, have to answer, provide information out?
Yes.
Okay. And is this just for police calls or fire calls, or what kind of calls are involved?
We have 2 different dispatches. So we have police dispatchers who will take the calls from 911 and the information and give it out to the officers over the radio. And we have fire dispatchers who would then do that specifically for the fire department.
So there are kind of 4 different aspects to your job, right?
Correct.
What can you just describe first what those 4 really are?
The first one, 911 call taking, again, where the citizens would call in, giving their emergencies. We help with prioritizing those or getting them to non-emergencies.
Lady Bird! What's going on, girl?
Have fire dispatch, where those dispatchers specifically send over fire rigs to fires or medical runs. Channel 7 would be where we log in our off-duty officers, deal with lost children reports, warrants. It's called our information channel because it is a lot of where information questions.
When I was growing up,
and then our police.
a friend of mine who lived up the road,
calls from 911.
his mom was a 911 dispatcher.
Priority.
She was a real hard ass. Let me
So a
tell
lot
you.
of people think of a dispatcher as getting a call from somebody and then just calling a police officer and saying, go answer this call. But it's more to it than that.
A lot more to it.
Okay. And when you're working a typical shift, describe for the jurors, what's around you? What's your office look like when you're a dispatcher?
My office, our center is currently located in a basement. We have walls similar to like this, covered with carpet. It's a large center. You'll have all the call takers together, similar to how the jurors are set, but you'll have 5 to 6 different screens around you. And then in another room, you'll have your fire dispatchers to give them some silence so they can work around that and be on the radio and listen to the firefighters. Across the room, you will have our Channel 7 that is closely located to our dispatch group, which is approximately 4 people that are giving out all the calls to the officers.
So you say the fire dispatchers are somewhere different. Why is that?
It's just the layout of our center. I mean, police dispatch is also across the room away from the call takers. It gives them the ability to be louder if they need to, if someone's hard of hearing or anything like that. The chatter also gets, with everybody together, gets pretty loud, so we have our own different areas for the ability to be on the radio without all of the background noise.
So in any particular shift, there are some people taking calls and some people dispatching calls.
Correct. We are not doing the same. I am not taking a 911 call and then dispatching it.
Why is that?
Minneapolis is very busy. We have dedicated 911 call takers at that time. We wouldn't be able to do it all at the same time.
And then fire dispatches their own fire units for a particular call?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned having 5 or 6 screens in front of you. What are all those screens about?
Those screens have different resources on them. One of my screens is a telephone that has hundreds of numbers in it that I can use to call whoever I need to for any given reason. I also then have a city computer that I can utilize if I need to find an address because someone may not know it. I can use Google or any other resources I need from the internet. I then have a radio screen that has all of our radio channels on it, along with other public answering points, so we can listen to their chatter in case something is coming into Minneapolis that we need to be aware of. And then I have 3 screens dedicated to the calls that are coming in, the calls that are assigned to police or fire, and it'll tell me all of the units I have available or who is signed in for different things.
Sounds like a lot of information.
It is a lot of information.
How long did it take you to really become a master at your job?
Every day is a learning day. I can tell you that I can learn something new that I didn't know yesterday. To be completely comfortable with police dispatching, it took me about 3 years to get comfortable there.
And as part of your training for that job, did you have to learn about how the City of Minneapolis Police Department divides up the city for coverage?
Yes, that's all geography for us, based off of the precincts and then how the precincts break down into different sectors.
And can you describe for the jurors then, and by police coverage, and you're talking about how officers are assigned, correct?
Correct.
And so how is the City of Minneapolis divided up for police coverage?
There are 5 different precincts in Minneapolis, 1 through 5. Within those precincts, they all have different sectors. Those sectors are given to the officers. They have specific sectors that they belong to. And based off of the geography of the call, you would assign a certain unit to a different call, or to that call. And if you don't have a unit to cover that area, then you would have to take a unit from a different sector to cover that, leaving the sector they came from available.
So can you describe for the jurors, let's take, for example, the 3rd precinct. Are you familiar with the 3rd precinct?
I am.
And describe for the jurors generally what the 3rd precinct is.
The 3rd precinct has 4 sectors in it. The first
80
one
IQ
being
at best. She's
310.
lazy. No makeup. Diversity
That is
ruins
the
every city touches.
top
Yeah,
of the
no way she can
precinct.
learn
It
stuff.
goes down to Lake Street, and then the middle would be 320, and the lower
kinda looks
half
stoned,
being
LOL.
330. The east side being 340.
And so what generally in the area of Minneapolis are we talking about?
For the 3rd precinct would be
Correct.
South Minneapolis, east of 35W.
And when you use these terms like 310 and 320, what is that really referring to?
It refers to their sectors to correspond with the call signs that they use.
And so on a typical shift, how many officers would be assigned to each sector?
Typically, you have 1 per sector, and then you have a sector squad or a precinct-wide squad that would be assigned to the whole precinct.
And so when officers are assigned to that sector, they're known by that sector number, not their names or their badge number or anything like that.
Correct.
So when you're dispatching, you dispatch to 320 because they're the 320 car.
Correct.
Be back later. All right,
And,
Ladybird. See ya. Gesundheit.
And so
Thank you.
if you dispatch a call and that sector car is not available, what's the process there?
You move to that 360 number. It is a precinct-wide squad.
Make sure everybody
If there is not one
subs to my
available,
YouTube
then
channel.
You move to the most
Hey.
closest available squad.
So somebody has to go out of their sector to respond to that.
Correct.
And what's a priority call?
A priority call is
Oh, that is based upon
incident where someone calls in within 10 minutes of the situation happening, or there's the suspect that is still on scene.
So what's the significance of calling that a priority call in terms of dispatch?
The significance, we would want to get someone there as soon as possible. It's no longer, it falls still into the, how would I say this? It's still happening. There's a possibility of the person still being on scene. It's not a report call that they would go not code to.
And so describe for us then what code 2 means.
As far as I understand, code 2 would be not using lights and sirens. They're going without those.
So it sort of makes sense for a call to be priority if you've got a suspect still there, want to get an officer there right away.
Correct.
And so code 2, from your training and experience, means proceeding without lights and sirens. Are there other codes that are used as part of the dispatch process and the policing process?
We have code 4, which would be scene safe. If we're working with other agencies, such as EMS, and they're staging in the area, which means they're not going in unless police have deemed it safe for them, police would let us know that the scene is code 4, and then they would proceed in.
And so between 2 and 4, is there a code 3?
There is a code 3.
And what does that mean?
Code 3 means emergent.
So
They need them as quickly as possible.
I'm going to back up a little bit. In your job as a dispatcher, you do a lot by hearing what's going on, getting calls. Is there also some things that you can do visually in terms of seeing what's going on outside of in the city of Minneapolis?
The majority of our job is all through listening. From the first call that comes into us to dispatching it to radios between dispatch and the responders. At sometimes we do have cameras available to us. They can be up simply for the fact to know what time of the day it is, to know what the weather might be out or at that time, to keep us as up to date so we can understand how or what questions to ask our callers depending on the day or what it looks like. But we do have cameras available to us if needed.
So explain where these cameras are. What do you mean that there are cameras?
As far as I know, they are around the city. I don't specifically know where each one of them is, but they are up and we do have access to them. Not specifically the dispatchers, but they are cameras that are available for usually camera operators, which are some police officers that operate cameras to use, and then we can use them as well.
So how do you see them, when you're working as a dispatcher? How do you see the video from those cameras?
Just like the TVs in this room, they're on the wall for us to use. There are approximately, I believe, 6 TVs.
And so it's a way for you to see what's going on out in the streets.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay. And how often in your job do you think you look up at those and see what's going on?
It depends. Depends on how busy we are. Sometimes we are going from call to call to call, and you start at 5 o'clock and somehow it's already 9 o'clock in the afternoon and you don't know how you got there. Sometimes we can look up and see what it's like outside, and you can watch the people walking by It all depends on the day.
So, in communicating with police officers who are out working, there are different ways that you can actually communicate with them and talk to them.
Correct.
What are the different ways that you can do that?
First, we use our radio. That is our formal way of communication with giving out calls and information. We also have our CAD system, and that is the computer system that allows us to take the calls from 911 operators. They come over to us at dispatch, and then when we dispatch the call, we're also giving that same call to the officers or the firefighters to their computers so that they have the same information that we're giving out. Through that, we also have what would seem as an email
They're just
system,
flipping up for her
and
to
we
seem
can
like
use
a
that to
reliable
send
witness. Hello.
messages to if
It's
needed.
an almost never.
Can you also make phone calls to officers?
We can.
And so, you may have sort of already answered my question, but just to be clear about it, tell us the typical process when a citizen makes a 911 call, how that comes through the call center and becomes a call to police officers for assistance.
So everything is, the first question we ask is what is the address of the emergency? It's the most important thing so that we can send help right away if needed, but it also allows the calls to be coded to the correct dispatcher. We have 3 dispatchers working all at the same time, and they're in charge of different precincts. My channel, which was channel 1, is precinct 3 and 2, and the other channels involved have different precincts. So the address allows us to give it to different dispatchers so they can disseminate that information.
And so a call goes to a call taker.
Mm-hmm.
They give information to you to do the dispatch out.
Correct.
And so were you working on May 25th of last year?
I was.
What was your shift? Do you remember that day?
My shift was a middle shift. I started at 14:30, which is 2:30 in the afternoon, and I worked until midnight 30, which is 12:30 at night.
And I think you told us your responsibility then was which areas of Minneapolis?
Channel 1, which would be precinct 2 and precinct 3.
So then the other channels have the other precincts.
Correct.
And so what was
I don't even know how big or
your
small it is.
assignments? What were your job duties on May 25th of 2020?
As a police dispatcher, it was to take
Sorry,
the calls that came in from 911 and to dispatch them to the police officers.
And incidentally, I think I may have forgot to ask you, is there always a sergeant on duty when you're serving as a dispatcher, a sergeant on duty out in the streets in each precinct?
Yes.
How many sergeants are there generally on?
Depends on their shift. Minimal of 1.
And as part of your duties, do you often have contact with those sergeants about calls and other matters?
Yes.
Now, on that date, May 25 of 2020, did you dispatch a call to officers to a location known as Cup Foods?
Yes.
And did you receive that 911 call?
I did not.
And but you dispatched a call about that?
Correct.
Are you familiar with that location, Cup Foods?
Yes.
And do you know the intersection where that's located?
38th in Chicago.
And is that in the city of Minneapolis?
Yes.
You know what county that's in?
Hennepin.
Okay. And why are you familiar with that location?
It's a place where I've been in the area before. Excuse me, sorry. And also it's part of our geography to know certain landmarks that stick out. It's a place where we have to be ready to understand where it is. So if someone tells me they're at Cup Foods, I know where that is. It's 38th in Chicago, and I can use my computer system to get that address.
Fairly familiar with the city of Minneapolis.
Yes.
And were you aware at the time if there was one of these street cameras for that area?
I did not.
Okay. Did you subsequently learn that there in fact is a camera there that could show the incident you had called.
Yes.
At some point, did you also then look at some video for this incident at that location?
Yes.
And we'll come back to that in a little bit. Prior to coming into court, did you have a chance to look at what we've marked as Exhibit 151? You don't know that, but it's the VisiNet or CAD printout from part of this call, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we turn on just the witnesses screen, please? Can you put up 151, please? I'm showing you what we've marked as Exhibit 151. Do you see it on your screen?
No. Oh.
Now do you see it?
Yes, I'm using the judge's computer.
Okay. Do you first of all, do you recognize what this document is?
Yes.
And how would you refer to it so I get it right?
It is the printout version of the call that it came in from 911.
Watch this shit. In Texas, an assault bonanza earlier in broad daylight in Austin, Texas. Antifa just attacks this dude on his bike. Check this out.
This guy over here, he should be scared. There's more of us than him.
It's only a couple minutes long, chat. 2 minutes. It's crazy.
What do we want? When do we want it? When do we want it? When do we want? When do we want?
Man's just walking his bike down the street.
When do we want it? When do we want? When do we want it? All right, yo. Hold on, bro. Get out the fuck out. Keep going.
These are the terrorists that are just freely roaming the streets of America.
Keep moving. Get out the fuck out.
You hear the fucking banshee screams? Jesus Christ. You see this shit? Bitch hoes. Bitch ass hoes, dude. Look at these bitch hoe terrorists, dude. Oh my god. You fucking kidding me? Fucking kidding me right now? They're lucky that guy didn't have a fucking gun. They're so lucky that guy didn't have a fucking gun. Holy shit. This is in Texas, man. That happens to you in Texas? That guy has a gun? Forget about it. That's two holes in each one of your eyeballs.
Center, a
that man had a
record of
gun.
that is made that looks like this.
Yes.
And is this kept in the ordinary course of the business of the call center and keeping track of what it does?
Yes.
And have you on prior occasions relied on something like this to recall what happened?
Anti-white hate
Yes.
from BLM
and
terrorists.
something that you're able to see even sometimes during your shift?
Yes.
And would this come up on one of the multiple screens that you have if you wanted to?
Yes. Everything looks different. It would take a lot of explaining, but yes, we see all of this information.
Your Honor, then I would offer Exhibit 151.
And you did.
How do we stop anti-white hate from BLM terrorists, chat?
151 is received.
Now, Ms. Scurry, I'm going to ask for 151 to be put up on the screen so we can all see it. And starting here with the first page of this document, and I'll represent to you that we have not included the entire document, right? This is just a portion of that information, correct?
Correct.
So what I'm going to ask you to do here with the first line is tell us, run us through that first line and tell us the information on that very top line.
The first line is from the call taker. It is a query of the plate that's in the call, and then there's a lot of abbreviations for quick hand information to the dispatchers, and it would say outside on 38th Street reporting that there is a male provided a counterfeit bill to the business. The suspect is a black male, 6 foot taller, sitting on top of a blue Mercedes ML320 SUV, license plate boy Robert John 026.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have this blown up a little bit so it's easier for everybody to read along with you, and at least the first couple lines, just so that it's bigger for us all to see. So the first column on the left, self-explanatory, that's the date.
Correct.
And then the time, also probably self-explanatory. What does user mean?
User would be how you identify different persons involved. This person, you can tell, is a call taker. It's the first two letters there, and then it has their ID number. We all have our own ID numbers.
And so what's your ID number?
Mine is 123096.
But this first user number that starts with a CT, you're familiar with who is assigned that number, or generally who has that number?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
It's given to our certain, everybody has their own specific one. If I needed to query that to find out who it was, it would tell me who their name is. But I also know that that's a call taker based off of the first two letters.
And then type, what does type mean?
It's the response.
So that's outgoing information.
Yes.
Basically, you
I'm
can
not-
stop
I can't-
them however
I
the
don't know
state
exactly know
says.
what that
That's the only way
actually
it will
requires.
stop them is by getting
So
locked
that first
up.
line,
Or
query, somebody's asking to run a license plate, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then the next line, can you describe for the jury then what we're seeing here, all that's in capital letters?
So everything we write is usually in capital letters, but the first three letters are OTS. It's our short term for outside. And then just on 38th Street, it's providing the information of where. We try to be as clear as possible and paint a picture. So outside on 38th Street, reporting that there's mail provided a counterfeit bill to the business.
And so is this the information that the call taker provided to you to make the dispatch to officers?
Yes.
And as part of this process, does that information also go to the officers in writing?
Yes. All of this information is sent to them when they're assigned the call.
So this is available to them in their squad car as well?
Correct.
And we see then there's a description of the vehicle, correct? Blue Mercedes.
Yes.
And then there's an address.
Minneapolis,
Yes,
420,000.
that is the query
Hennepin County,
information.
1.3 milli.
That goes in there so we can. Sometimes plates don't match vehicles. It is the reason why we ask, along with the license plate, what kind of vehicle are you seeing? So when we run that plate, we can say this is a stolen vehicle and it doesn't match, or the plate doesn't match because it might just be wrong.
So here, clear to 2419 Ilion Avenue North, what does that mean?
That is the registered owner's address.
Of the vehicle that's described there.
Yes.
All right. And so then the next line, no screening questions asked, what does that mean?
Due to the pandemic, we have certain questions that we ask, and there were no screening questions asked based off of the person not being the person they're calling about. So the caller, as far as we know, they're not going to have contact with. but no screening questions were asked to let the officers know that we don't know if they've had any COVID contact or symptoms.
So then, taking this information, then did you dispatch a squad car to respond to this call?
Yes.
And who did you, well, first of all, if you could tell us which sector of the 3rd Precinct, well, I assume this was the 3rd Precinct, correct?
Correct.
Which sector would this fall in?
This falls in 320's sector.
And did you, in fact, dispatch then to 320?
I originally dispatched this to 330.
And why is that?
320 was not available.
And you knew that from your work previous that day?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you, did you make an actual dispatch to 330 to respond to this call?
Yes.
And so when you do that, make that oral dispatch, you base it off this information that you're reading right here.
Correct.
All right. And prior to coming to court, did you have an opportunity to listen to a copy of that call?
Yes.
And we played that for you?
Yes.
Did that appear to be an accurate recording of the actual call that you made?
Yes.
And we've marked that as Exhibit 10. And Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 10 at this time.
10, 3.
Can you play Exhibit 10, please?
2004, 23, May 25, 2020.
The fuck?
330, as you can start, is the only available out of your sector to Cup Food, South Chicago, 3759 Chicago. On 38, they are reporting that there's a person who used a counterfeit bill at the business. Suspect is a black male, 6 foot or taller.
Oh, it's the dispatch call. Said it's not that one. He's fucking up. DA's fucking up.
So just so we're clear, that's not quite the end of the call, is it?
No.
All right. We will try again and see if we can get the whole thing to play.
DA's fucking up. Defense better not fuck up like this. You look like a fool with your pants on the ground.
Mr. Frank, you want to take a moment?
So in your call out, then, you passed along essentially the same information as in the written part we saw in Exhibit 151.
Correct.
Slightly different based on just what you're reporting out, correct?
Correct.
Also, the inside record.
All right, let's do a little bit of magic and fast forward.
Going
There we
on
go.
right now.
All right, there we go.
Okay, it looks like they're having a little bit of a sidebar going on right now. And it's also interesting to point out this is also part
it's
of
the
the
news.
COVID precautions and part of 911.
It was really interesting
All right, there we
hearing
go.
how attentive dispatchers either are or are not to officers and the community.
Okay. I'm sorry, Eugene. I'm going to have to interrupt. We'll go back to the courtroom. They look like they've started again.
Your voice, that's just an electronic voice marking the time of the call, correct?
Correct.
All right, so we'll try Exhibit 10 again.
204, 23, May 25, 2020.
330. 330, as you can start, is the only available out of your sector to Cup Food, South Chicago, 3759 Chicago. On 38, they are reporting that there's a person who used a counterfeit bill at the business. Suspect is a black male, 6 foot or taller, sitting on the hood of a blue Mercedes. License plate Floyd Robert John 026, possibly intoxicated as well.
Copy. Squad 320, could you put this call in pending priority 9? Could you take that forgery?
Copy, 30 option quick.
Copy, cancel times 20.
So that is the total dispatch you have regarding this incident with the officers out on the street, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to back up and run through this a little bit. And if you can tell us, Cup Foods is in which sector?
It's in sector 320.
Okay. And you initially called this out to 330, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who was working in 330 that day?
I don't specifically know.
Okay. And so when you start your shift, you just know there's a car out there that's 330, you're calling to them.
Correct.
And after that, 330 called back and said copy, correct?
Correct.
And what does that mean?
It means they acknowledge that they've been given a call.
Okay. And subsequent to that, there was a call from 320, correct?
Yes.
And what was the substance of that call?
They said they would take their call.
Okay. So based on what you knew about 320 being busy, what did you take from that exchange that 320 was now calling in?
That they were able to at least put their call in pending and they could come back to it and then take their call.
They also mentioned pending priority 9. What does that mean?
That means that I didn't clear them from their call. Sometimes I will clear a squad for whichever reason. If it's report, advised, sent, there's a multitude of different reasons. And I instead just put it back in pending so they could pick it up later to finish whatever they needed to do.
Back.
And then 330 ended up calling and saying cancel, thanks 20, correct?
Correct.
All right. What did that mean?
That they were no longer going to be going to the call and to thank them.
And so when you're making, when you're doing that dispatch, at some point did you ask to send additional officers there?
In the initial one, no.
Correct. But did you eventually?
Yes.
All right. So if we can go back to 151, please. And again, we'll expand that first page so we can see it easier. You'll see a line at 201008. So that would be 81008, correct?
Correct.
And that's your identification number, correct?
Correct.
And so tell us what that line is about.
These are the actions that I did to back the squad 320 up with 330 and then 830.
And so when you're saying backed up 320 with 330, what does that mean? What do you...
Additional squads are en route.
And so did you request that, or was that information you got that they were going to back up 320?
I backed them up.
Okay. Do you recall why?
I believe, I don't remember specifically, that I heard something loud in the background and asked for additional squads until code 4.
And you did that as well with 830, correct?
Correct.
And what does 830 refer to?
Squad 830 is a park squad.
And by park squad, you mean what?
They're a Minneapolis park officer.
So it's the park police, work for the city of Minneapolis as well.
Correct.
And so they can respond to calls in Minneapolis even though it's not in a park.
Correct.
Right. And so then can you tell us a few lines down at 201102? Do you see that line?
Yes.
And describe for us what is listed there.
They are taking one out.
Okay. And what does that mean?
They are taking a person out of the vehicle.
Is that customary for officers to call that in?
Yes.
And then right below that is a license plate number, correct?
Yes.
And we have removed the identifying information from that, correct?
Correct.
That's why there's a gap there. And though there is a street address in Minneapolis, correct?
Yes.
And that's on Ilion Avenue?
Correct.
Where is that in Minneapolis generally, do you know?
That is in the 4th precinct.
So which side of Minneapolis is that?
That is on the north side of Minneapolis.
And so this information has gone out to the officers as well, that address?
Correct.
And then following down to 2012-21, do you see that entry?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jurors what's depicted on that line?
It is Squad 320 is code 4.
And so that means what to you?
Scene safe.
And incidentally, this 2012 is military time. That's 8/12, correct?
Correct.
I suspect you're far more accustomed to translating that than the rest of us.
Very much.
Yeah. And then the next line down, can you describe for the jurors what's there?
It says 8:30 is out with Squad 320. That is when the squad arrived.
That is when the, what, I'm sorry?
The 8:30 Park Squad is now with Squad 320 at that location.
Okay. And then if we move down to the next line, a whole bunch of stuff there. Not really concerned. That's just all coding for some information requested, I assume.
Yes, that is 8:30 put something in the call.
Okay. So then we'll move to the next page, and we'll expand this so we can see it. And actually, these 2 pages, we'll probably pull up both at the same time so we can look at them as we go along. Drawing your attention to the second line at 20-20-11. Do you see that?
Yes.
And can you describe what's listed there, what that line is about?
I believe I heard EMS code 2 for a mouth injury requested by the squad.
And so that's
population
320
almost.
calling in for that, correct?
But the city is
Correct.
less than half a pop. Oh,
And so code 2, you told us earlier, means what?
crazy.
Non-emergent.
And then describe for us then what's depicted in the next line at 20-21-35.
Squad 330 requested EMS code 3.
What
So
state?
this is now
Upgrade.
What city?
330
You don't have to say.
upgrading the call to code 3. Is that yes?
Yes.
And so they're asking for the ambulance to come quicker.
Correct.
And just to be clear, when we talk about EMS, we might think of that as an ambulance, right?
Correct.
All right. And then the next line at 20-27-21, can you describe for the jurors what's depicted there?
It was information for the paramedics that police had the male restrained on the ground.
And incidentally, are you able to tell, who called that in, whether it was, or which squad it was?
I would be able to if I read the portable number,
Okay,
but I did not.
but not on this printout, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then the next line down at 20-28-36. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors what that line has there?
So we first start out with a different number, so the long numbers with all the zeros, and then that is a paramedic writing into the call, and it says Rig 412 is requesting fire code 3, so we're adding additional agency to that.
Now explain why is EMS different than fire?
Yes.
How so?
EMS, we have 2 different EMS companies we work with, North and then Hennepin County, Hennepin EMS. And this is them writing in here, adding the additional fire. Fire is clearly firefighters, but they are medically trained. They can be anywhere in the city close to within 4 minutes.
So this is the paramedics calling in
Additional support.
for support from the fire department.
Correct.
And then if we skip down 2 lines to 20-31-12, tell us what's listed there.
Per engine or rig, this is the paramedic rig 412. EMS is now located at Park and 36, so they no longer are on scene.
And so for those last 2 lines we've looked at, the EMS people are sending information to you or to this call center.
Everything's shared.
Okay.
So we have a shared computer system that we use. And when you start adding additional agencies, everybody gets the same information so that everybody can be informed on what's going on.
And so this information then as well goes out to the fire department?
Correct.
Is it a separate thing you have to do, or is it automatic as part of the sharing?
It is an automatic thing once you are adding the agencies. So fire would not be able to see that unless they had their own call.
And so the line above that is the multi-agency fire is adding fire in?
Correct.
And so skipping down a couple lines now to 203302, can you describe for the jurors what's in that line?
It says via Metcom, EMS would like the fire department for patient condition at the requested location.
And this is something you dispatched out?
Correct.
And so that's, what's the import of this information? What's being communicated here?
I no longer knew what was going on. And I asked our partners, our agency, other agencies, via Metcom. It is a resource group that we have that we can connect radio to radio instead of phone to phone. It's faster. And I asked them what was going on, and that's what they told me, so I put it in the call so that everybody had that information.
And the next line down at 203410, can you describe where that information is coming from?
It's coming from the paramedics, and it says full arrest.
Okay. So that's something they're reporting into this our shared system, full arrest.
Correct.
All right. And the next line after that, 203430.
Again, coming from paramedics, or they said engine or rig 412. The paramedics are working a full arrest.
And the next line down again now is you calling in, or you handling this information, correct?
Yes.
And what are you dispatching out there?
Adding information that the fire department is en route to park in 36.
And then the next line down, 203607.
That is a different ID number, and it starts with F, which means it's coming from one of our fire dispatchers. It says engine 17, fires 2 minutes out to 36 then park.
And the next line down, if you could just describe that for the jurors, the 204823.
That is EMS transporting to HCMC.
And then finally, this last line at 205506, in the column after the time, 3:30, correct?
Yes.
So what does that mean with that code being there?
The information that they provided.
Right. So is this 3:30 calling in?
They didn't call in. This is information they put directly into the call.
All right. How do they do that? What is
They
it?
have their computers. It's a laptop, I believe, in their cars that they're able to provide information that way too.
And so on this line, it references the status of the AP. Do you recognize the abbreviation AP?
No.
Okay. You don't know what that refers to?
No.
Okay. And so this is really a timeline of what happened during these calls, correct?
Correct.
So during this call, you know why we're here today, of course, because of this incident, correct?
Correct.
You have since learned the identities of the officers involved.
Correct.
On May 25th of 2020, did you personally know any of those officers?
No.
And during this time of this call, did you have some opportunities to look at the street video from this location?
I did.
And can you describe for the jurors how you came to see that?
While working at my position, we have 2 cameras or 2 TVs on our walls.
Honestly, with this stuff, we should just be
one on both sides
preparing
of the
for
walls.
widespread
So
unrest.
either
Yeah,
side of the
dude,
room
we
can
should be.
see. While I was
The
dispatching
riots are
calls,
gonna be
this call
insane,
was not
bro.
the only call that I had to dispatch to officers in different precincts. I noticed
The riots are gonna be
the cameras were up at
insane,
38th
bro.
in Chicago, and that we were able
100%.
to see what was going on.
And did you recognize what was depicted in the video?
To the best of my knowledge,
And was Cup Foods in the video?
yes,
And did you recognize that as Cup Foods?
yes,
Was that consistent with what you knew to be 38th in Chicago?
yes.
And so did you also, when you observed that, see some police officers?
Yes.
And can you just describe when you first looked up there in general, kind of what you saw?
When I just saw the squad car. I didn't see the police officers.
And did you watch this video feed for a period of time?
I went in and out of the camera and being able to pay attention to it. I did not watch the whole video. Or as it was happening, I did not watch the whole time.
And why not?
I still had calls to take care of and things to give out to the police officers.
So we've marked a copy of that video. Did you have a chance to view that before coming into court today?
Yes.
And you understand that we cropped it in the sense of on one side of the video there's a huge sign that kind of obscures that whole area. But the rest of the video, does it fairly and accurately depict what you were able to see?
Hey, good news, guys.
And
After my nut
Your
button
Honor,
died,
we would offer
I
what's
busted my
marked as
nut.
Exhibit 11.
I contacted them and they're gonna send me a new one for free. Nuts. Food, water, and a generator in case you get caught in a Chaz-like spot. I fucking hope
This
not,
type
man.
of sidebar is a part on this desk, or if it was 38th and
We don't care about the news reporters, what they say. We only care about the trial. Man, I hope there's no fucking Chaz
All right,
type
so
shit
what
around
I'm going to
here.
do is I'm going to start showing Exhibit 11, and I'm going to let it run for about 15 seconds, and then I'm going to pause it, okay? All right, so if you could do that, please.
Yeah, so we'll be nutting again in no time, chat.
All right, so I'm going to ask to pause it right here. Now, as I said, other than cutting out the big sign on the right side, does this fairly depict what you were able to see when you looked up at the screens on May 25th of 2020 regarding this incident?
Correct.
And you said when you first saw it, there were no officers. Now we obviously have seen some officers walking into view. Were you still able to watch it when they did walk into view?
I was in and out of this video.
20 years
so
in EMA. What's
I
that?
do not remember them walking to the car.
All right. And
Gordon, they're gonna riot
what
no
do you
matter what.
remember
Emergency
seeing
Medical
the next time that you looked up?
Association.
I believe they were getting into the back of the squad car.
And do you remember then the next time that you were able to see it, generally what was depicted?
I believe they were still trying to get into the back of the squad car. It was moving a little bit, and then I went back to my screens.
And I think what I'd like to do
Can't
is
believe you're the
have
only
this
streamer I
run,
follow covering this.
And if you could just watch the video
Me neither.
and tell the jurors, when you were able to look up what parts
Emergency
that you remember
management.
seeing
Got it.
that day during your shift, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Got it.
I believe this is close to where I started watching.
So obviously you can see some police officers here. Did you recognize them individually?
And then I didn't watch that much, and then the next time I looked, they were opening the door. I do remember that.
Okay. Which door do you mean?
The driver's side back seat. This is what I remember seeing.
And so for the record, we see the officers now trying to put Mr. Floyd into the back seat, correct?
Correct.
The timestamp on the top, for the record, reflects about 8:17 and 10 seconds when you said that, approximately.
Yes.
Now the officers have opened a rear passenger door. Do you remember seeing this part of the video?
Yes. I remember seeing the squad move.
And what do you mean by move?
So like now you can see the squad is moving back and forth.
It's not like being driven, but moving back and forth.
Right.
And for the record now, the timestamp at the top is 8:17:50 approximately.
And I know I wasn't able to watch all of this.
So at some point here you had to turn away and do your job.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you remember what was the next thing you remember seeing?
The next time I remember looking up is they had moved from the back of the squad to the ground.
Right. And so when you see that, let me know and we'll just make a reference to it at that time, okay?
Okay. I don't exactly know when they moved to the ground. I just know that when I looked up,
right,
we were no longer in the back seat.
Because you've told us that you remember seeing them on the ground with him, I want you to point out the time in the video that looks familiar to what you remember seeing when you say that you saw them on the ground with him, just so that we know, okay?
Okay.
Sorry about that. You're pulling Saturday night pulling idiots out of the floodwater? Jesus. Dubes, you're back. What's up, bitch? 27 years ago, the fellas tried to rob me outside Metro Game Center. Oh my god.
I believe this is when I started watching again.
So for the record, the timestamp at the top reflects 8/19/25. So this is what you mean by them having him on the ground.
Correct.
Do you recall how long you were able to watch around this time?
No.
Floyd
Honestly,
dead
that
from the flood. God damn it.
was
Yeah,
in and out of
It flooded
looking
in,
at the
what
cameras
state was
and
that?
then
I
going
forgot.
back to my screens to make sure I
Sounds
wasn't
like
missing
joggers be
anything.
jogging.
Added remarks, getting out calls, and then would go back to the screen again.
Now, and actually, I think what I'll do is just pause it here. After seeing this, at some point, then did you look back to the screen?
To back to working.
No, back to this video of the
Yes,
scene.
I was in and out of looking at this screen and then my work.
And at some point, then, did you go back to this and how did it appear at that time when you went back to it?
It had not changed.
And what do you mean by that?
They were still on the ground. The whole situation was still the same.
Had there been other changes to the scene? Were there other people in the...
I didn't pay attention to the surroundings of what was going on. I just know that they hadn't moved.
All right. But at some point, did you see other citizens in the video?
I cannot remember seeing them. I just remembered looking up and seeing that the situation hadn't changed.
Do you recall approximately how long that was?
No. It was long enough. It was long enough that I could look back multiple times.
And so when you did look back, still on the ground, like depicted here, essentially.
Correct.
And what did you think about this when you looked back and saw that it hadn't changed?
I first asked if the screens had frozen
Why did you ask that?
because it hadn't changed.
Okay. And did you find that it had frozen?
No.
How did
Well,
you
I
know?
was told that it was not frozen.
Did you see the screen change yourself?
Yes, I saw the persons moving.
So what did you start thinking at that point?
Something might be wrong.
Why?
We don't get these videos often, or video at all, unless it's looking at the bridge or just looking at people walking. We very rarely get incidents where police are actively on a scene. And they had changed. They had come from the back of the squad to the ground, and my instincts were telling me that something's wrong. Something is not right. I don't know what, but something wasn't right.
Her instincts kicked in, chat.
Right.
It was an extended period of time. Again, I can't tell you the exact amount of time.
Her stinky instincts kicked
And they
in,
hadn't
chat.
told me if they needed any more resources. It's a multitude of different things that ran through my brain. But I became concerned that something might be wrong.
Wrong with what? What are you thinking?
All in
It
cars.
was a gut instinct of,
They think they can cross the water and not be swept away.
in the incident, something's not going right.
Why isn't this
Whether
national
it
news?
be
People already
they needed more
have
assistance,
determined their own outcome in their head.
or if
They used to drive into 4 and 5 feet of swift water. Good God.
there just something wasn't right. I don't know how to explain it. It was a gut instinct to tell me that
That's so dumb to do that.
now we can be concerned.
And what did you decide to do?
I took that instinct and I called the sergeant.
And do you recall who the sergeant was that you talked to?
It was Sergeant Kluger.
And why did you call a sergeant?
The sergeant is the police officer's supervisor.
You're not a Minneapolis police officer.
No,
You haven't gone through the use of force training.
no.
But in your experience, you felt something was wrong here that a sergeant needed to know about.
Correct. If this was a form of use of force, I was calling to let them know.
Why would you involve a sergeant in a call that might involve the use of force?
Sergeants are usually always notified for use of force.
And so did you in fact call Sergeant Pluger?
I did.
Have you ever in your career before called a sergeant for something like this?
Multiple. For an incident like this?
Right.
To be exact, no.
Okay. Where you had this instinct and felt something was wrong and you needed to call a sergeant about it. Have you ever had that incident or that situation before this incident?
If something was wrong with a call, yes. And not, I don't know how to say this, not if I can call the sergeant for anything because they are a resource. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
I'm ready for the riots. I cannot wait for the content.
But I can call them regarding calls if something.
You got video of it? Put it in the Discord. Do
it.
it.
A caution note. If there's something that they can do beyond the scope of the call, I can call them.
And have you had a chance to listen to a recording of that call you actually made?
Yes.
And that recording is made as part of the business of the call center. It records that traffic.
Everything's recorded.
All right. And we played a recording of that for you previously.
Yes.
And was it an accurate recording of your call?
Yes.
And we've now marked that as Exhibit 12. Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 12.
No objection. 12 is received.
And at this time, we'll play that call, all right?
2030-44, May 25, 2020.
Hey, this is Jenna with Channel 1. Hey, what's up? Hey, so, just wanted to let you know about the person with a knife at 2602 Bloomington. And then, I didn't know, you can call me a snitch if you want to, but we have the cameras up for 320's call. Oh, did they already put him in the, they must have already started moving him. And 320 over at Cup Foods.
Okay.
I don't know if they had used force or not. They got something out of the back of the squad, and all of them sat on this man. So I don't know if they needed you or not.
Sat?
They haven't said anything to me yet.
Yeah, they haven't said anything unless it was just a takedown, which doesn't count, but
Okay.
I'll find out.
No problem. We don't get to ever see it, so when we see it, we're just like, well, that looks a little different. All right, thank
All
you.
right.
Bye.
Talk to you guys. Bye.
2031-33, May 25, 2020.
So I'm going to walk through that just a little bit. At the very beginning, you spoke kind of fast and you identified yourself. Can you just describe for the jury what you were saying there?
I told them my name was Jenna and that I was Channel 1 dispatch.
So that's meaning the dispatch for 3rd Precinct.
Correct.
And then you talked about something involving a knife. Is that related to this case at all?
No.
That was from some other call?
Correct.
And then you used the term snitch.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
At that moment, it was a word that just came out of my mouth, but it's out of the scope of my duties to call a sergeant if there was any use of force.
And so that's what the purpose, well, tell me, what was the purpose of making that call to him and giving him that information?
Voicing my concerns. Like I said, we don't see incidents. My job is mainly all listening.
And by the time you made that call, you said something to Sergeant Pleger about, oh, did they take him already? By the time you made that call, were you still able to see the video from the street camera?
Yes, the video was still up.
And what did you see at the time you were making that call?
That nobody was there.
So you were aware an ambulance had come to the scene?
Yes.
But the ambulance was not in the video at that time?
Correct.
So is that the reason why you made a reference to them being gone?
Yes, so I was speaking to the rest of my team over there and asking a question to them while still on the phone with the sergeant.
So probably a better time for me to ask this question, but have you ever, prior to that date, made a call like that to a sergeant?
No.
In your job? Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Nelson,
They
should we
set
take
the
our lunch break, or
courthouse
would you
on
like
fire
to
last
do
spring
a
there,
short
Jesus.
cross-examination? All right. Members of the jury will take our lunch break.
It's like
Lunches
the
should be
scene
delivered
in,
to everyone soon. So,
What's
we'll
Eating
see you at
Gilbert
1:30.
Grape when they burn down their home with their obese mother inside. Why am I so behind the live broadcast?
With
Because
that gavel, we are now in
I
lunch
watched
break.
the
You
video
are
from the beginning, and I'm skipping all the bullshit. When I got online, they had already done their opening remarks, and I wanted to hear it. So now you have your reason.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hey.
We'll get started while my computer resets. Hopefully it'll work in time. So, Ms. Scurry, you testified that you have been a 911 dispatcher for approximately 7 years at this point. Is that correct? And I just kind of want to roughly go back over, you described sort of 4 areas that you do, correct?
Correct.
So as I understand it, the first area is there are days or shifts where you have, you may be the actual call taker. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so as a call taker, a citizen calls 911, you pick up the phone and respond to whatever that call for service is that correct?
Correct.
And then you'll type it into a system, that information will get sent over to a dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
And the dispatcher is the person who is in charge of communicating with and assigning officers to calls, correct?
Correct.
And there are days when you show up for work and you're assigned to be the dispatcher, correct?
Correct.
You also described a third part of your job is to be the fire dispatcher, which is separate from police.
Correct.
Now, in preparation for trial, I believe on March 2nd, you met with members of the prosecution team, correct?
Correct.
And you made a statement, apparently made a statement that police is more fluid than fire.
Relax, dude.
What did you mean by that?
Correct. So when fire
Drummer tits, man.
calls come in, let's start over. There are most generally not times where the fire department comes upon an issue. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen where we can assign a rig that's come across someone who might be down on the ground or anything like that. But when a structure fire comes in, it's not because they were out driving around. It's because someone called, saw flames or smoke, whatever prompted them to call. And then we send the rigs to where they need to go.
Okay. So basically, whereas police, they may be driving around and they may just see 2 people fighting on the corner, stop and have to deal with it, right?
Correct.
And so dispatching to police officers is a different process than dispatching to fire.
You are correct.
All right, so we've got the call taker, the dispatcher,
I agree,
the
dude. I
fire
love this guy.
dispatcher, and what was the 4th aspect again?
We call it our Channel 7. It's an information channel. We mainly use it for officers coming in for off duties.
Okay.
Or
All right.
someone reports a lost
Thanks,
child.
David.
We have different computers that we use. To
Basically,
make sure we can
I
log
wanted to watch the whole
appropriately
trial.
in our national database.
Okay. So the Channel 7 responsibilities may include, when you say off
I apologize
those are
for being
police
behind.
officers who are hired as security at local businesses, things of that nature.
Yes.
So even though the officer is not on duty as a Minneapolis police officer, a business hires them and they still act as a police officer, correct?
Correct.
Now, and then there are those the lost children, things of that nature.
Yes.
Right? You also described that the city of Minneapolis is comprised of 5 precincts, correct?
You are correct.
First precinct being downtown, is that correct?
Yes.
And downtown is broken into 2 sectors, correct?
Correct.
And then you have the 2nd precinct, which is the northeast, right?
Correct.
The 3rd precinct, which is the southeast, right? The 4th precinct, which is the North Minneapolis, northwest side of the city, right?
Correct.
And the 5th precinct, which is the southwest side of the city.
You are correct.
All right. And each of those 5 precincts, like the 1st precinct has 2 sectors.
Mm-hmm.
The 3rd precinct, you said, had 4 sectors, right?
Correct.
And so essentially, there would be 2 squad cars downtown, 4 in southeast Minneapolis, and that's the totality of the police force in those 2 parts of the city. I mean, as far as patrol.
Patrol. At certain times, it can be more. It depends on the shifts and when they're on.
So there may be an event or a concert, and they may bring in extra people, or something's going on where they would need extra officers.
Correct.
And oftentimes there are fewer officers than are assigned sectors, correct?
There's usually always at least one squad per sector.
Okay. But those, like, officers call in sick or they go on training, and so the numbers of officers on the street at any time shifts from time to time.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that as a dispatcher, you're not a police officer, correct?
Correct.
You have not been through the police academy, through police training, things of that nature.
Correct.
But you don't know all of the police officers in the city of Minneapolis, right?
No.
Okay. Now, in terms of your previous testimony, you indicated that listening is a big part of your job.
Yes.
You said that the majority of your job is done by listening. Can you
This
explain
weird
what you mean by
bacteria
that?
tie is tripping me
We
out.
are in a room with no windows. We work off of a phone and a radio the majority of our time. The other times would be only if we had some kind of video to show us, anything like that. Then other than that, we are always on a phone or radio.
Okay. Now, you said that there are 6 televisions, you believe, in the dispatch room. Is that right?
Throughout the whole center, there's 6 on the walls, 2 large ones on the ends, and then there's 1 in fire.
Okay. So
9 total.
9 total. Sorry, I had to do some quick math. And I'm just trying to get this set back up here, if I may have just a minute here. There we go. Okay. Those televisions don't have the City of Minneapolis cameras up all the time, do they?
No, they do not.
Those televisions may have other information up. They may be off. I mean, they're not constantly on all the time.
They're always on, but you are correct. They're not always on cameras. We have other information that we put on those screens that we can have constantly running as reminders. We also have other screens that we utilize throughout the day too.
All right. And then in front of you, you have 4 or 5 different computer screens itself. It sounds like it's a very, moving job, right? Now, you testified that it's very rare that you actually see an incident that you've dispatched on these city.
Correct.
Does it happen once a year? Like, is this the first time you remember it ever happening?
Cheers, motherfucker! Hey, let's go.
I can't be specific, but there might be, in the whole time that I've been a dispatcher, maybe 3 to 4 calls that I've seen on our TVs.
Okay. And usually, correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that may be brought up is because there's something that triggers someone to operate that camera and put it up, right?
Correct.
So you don't control the cameras.
You are correct.
You don't have access to the cameras through any of the screens in front of you. Is that right? Someone else who maybe like a manager or a supervisor has to do that?
Correct.
All right. But this incident was specifically brought up on the cameras, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, I got this on. You also were previously interviewed in connection with the...
Time out. Let's check out the UK police. You get what I'm saying? Let's check out the UK police.
This is the pride.
The police are up here dancing with all the fucking LGBs. Oh, maybe not in that video, but I'm telling you, they're out here. This LGB cop is about to go make out with another guy, man. You see what I'm saying? Look at these LBGs. And look at your cops, bro.
This case by Special Agent Brent Peterson, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was back on June 9th of 2020 at approximately 1 o'clock, right?
Yes.
And that was at the FBI field offices?
This
or
is
where was that?
the
It
Britain
was
cop.
over the phone. I was not in town.
Look at the
So you had a
soybean
phone interview with
flowing
Mr.
in that
Peterson.
man's vein.
And I believe you had your union
I mean,
lawyer or something with you as well, right?
Get
Correct.
fucking real, man. You do condone it.
So
Fuck you.
on May 25th,
You condone it.
you were Channel 1 dispatch. That covers both the 2nd and 3rd precinct.
I'm cringing just watching
And
that shit.
there were, again, the 4 sectors of the 3rd precinct, Squad 310, Squad 320, Squad 330, and Squad 340, right? And you didn't necessarily know who the officers were assigned to those cars.
Correct.
Have you subsequently learned who the officers were who were assigned to those squad cars?
Yes.
According
So
to
who
you,
was
those
assigned
are the
to Squad
cops that you
320?
like.
Officer Lane, and I do not know how to pronounce the other officer's last
King.
name. King.
All right.
In
And
UK,
Squad
we have good cops,
330
you said.
Was
Those are the
Officer
UK cops.
Chauvin and Officer Tau, correct? And the other cars did not come, right? Squad 310 or
Fucking
340
moron.
were not on scene, right? And ultimately, 830, did you identify who Squad 830 was for the Park Police?
I didn't.
Now, when this call initially came in, you again were not the
Oh no,
call
it's the
taker,
Bobby.
You were the dispatcher, right?
Oh no, I spilled
And
me
so
tea and crumpets.
the call taker
It's the
comes
Bobby.
in, takes the
Put
call.
away your knife.
You see the information that the
Oi,
call taker
put
puts
away
into
your
the
knife.
computer system, correct?
It's the
Correct.
Bobby.
And it's fair to say that
He's
that
coming round on his beat.
information is also being seen in the squad
Oi, my
cars
crumpets,
of
no.
a Minneapolis squad car, right?
Correct.
So when the call taker types in this information, it's visible to the officers in the squad car.
Oi, not me tea and me
It allows
crumpets.
them to respond as well. You can respond. Lots of people can respond to various calls, right?
Correct.
All right. I am going to go back to the court's permission.
Oh, God.
Exhibit 151, which was the
Whew.
computer-aided dispatch. Can you see that in front of you?
Yes.
All right. See if I can get rid of some of this stuff here. All right. Okay, so the call initially comes in at 8:02 and 13 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And as you described, that the caller reported that outside the reporting party that there is a male provided a counterfeit bill to the business. Suspect is a black male, 600 plus, that means 6 foot or higher.
Yes.
Okay. Sitting on top of a blue Mercedes-Benz ML320 with the particular license plate. And it also noted that it appears this person is under the influence, right?
Correct.
So at the time that the call came in, you would have seen that this person was suspected to be under the influence by the caller, right? As would the officers in their cars.
Correct.
And so you indicated that you had initially did you say you radio dispatched Squad 330 to this call?
Initially, yes.
Right.
You thought US,
And that was because,
UK and US are
do
friends?
you recall where they were at the time?
I'm
you
more friendly with
dispatched them?
South Korea.
No.
Excuse me. Back in June 9th, when you spoke with Officer Peterson, or Agent Peterson with BCA, would you dispute me if I said you told him that they were at the precinct at the time of the call?
I would not dispute you.
Okay. And so at that time, you believe that Squad 320, which was the sector car, was tied up, but they had not cleared something from the computer? Is that right?
Right. They were still on the call that they had been working on.
So let's talk about when an officer finishes a call. Is there something that an officer is supposed to do to say, hey, I'm done with this call, I'm on to the next one?
It is, they can either clear over.
Jansen, what up, baby?
Clear
What's
me,
going on, man?
Whichever report
Glad that
they
you could
guys
join
clear.
us.
There's a multitude of things. Or they can clear themselves. On my screen, I have a status screen that shows me when a
How you
car
doing?
is
How you
cleared,
feeling?
when the car is en route, when they're on scene, and when they're code 4.
Okay. And so on one of these screens that's right in front of you, you have some sort of representation of each of the sector cars that you're responsible for dispatching. So if, for example, you have a call in sector 310 and 310 is already occupied with some other call, you can send 320 or 330 or 340 or even somebody from a different precinct or sector, correct?
From a different precinct, it requires more conversations with a sergeant to pull response cars. It's a policy of calling people.
Hell, it's
to give
hired.
their permission to use
Yeah,
their
I believe
cars.
it, man.
But yes, if someone is busy
I
and
fully
don't
believe
have a
that. We were up
360
late
or
last night,
whichever
man.
precinct 60 car to use, then I have to go to the closest available. Or if there's no one who's close and I only have one squad available, that's the person that has to go.
Okay. So when you are looking at your computer screen, do you see all of the precincts' cars and their availability, or do you only see the second and the third precinct?
I only see the second and the third.
Okay. Now, so you indicated that ultimately Squad 320 kind of took the call back, right?
Correct.
They said, hey, we're clear. We're going to go handle this call at the Cup Foods, right?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the, you said you were familiar with the 38th and Chicago intersection?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And does it get a fair number of police calls to that area?
That I don't have the statistics for.
Okay.
And I wouldn't be able to rattle off a yes or a no.
Okay.
In the last year, yes. Before that, I wouldn't be able to tell you.
Okay. Now, Squad 30 was ultimately Squad 320 was ultimately backed up with Squad 830, the Park Police, and Squad 330, Officer Chauvin's squad car, right?
Correct.
And again, do you recall why you backed these officers up?
Initially, I believe I heard a loud something in the background. I would have to be reminded of what exactly I heard, but it was loud. And so until they were code 4, I started a squad to back them.
Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong. You can't just hear what an officer is doing at any given time. Listen in on their calls, right?
No, they have to radio us to let us know what's going on.
All right. So when an officer pushes his button on his radio, or however they do it, it opens up the air or the microphone, so to speak. And that's what you're talking about. You're trained to listen, right?
Correct.
And when you spoke with Agent Peterson, do you recall telling him that you heard lots of yelling and things of that nature at one point when
He's still my
Squad
day in
320
the
said they were
crumpets.
taking one out?
Get him,
I don't
Bobby.
remember specifically. I believe I told him that because that was the reason why I asked for assistance.
Right. Squad 320 didn't call in and say, hey, we need help. You heard something that was concerning to you and you sent help.
Correct. And then when they said they were taking one out, had they said that first, I would have also started it then.
Right. And so Squad 830 was the first to respond?
Yes.
And I believe...
Yo, soccer sucks, man.
Responded, let's see,
Who else hates soccer in this chat?
at 8, 10, and 38 seconds, right?
Bunch of field fairies.
These actions right here, the one with my numbers where it says backed up with 320, or 320 with 330 and 330 with 830, that is me using my tools at dispatch to just back them up. I don't see the arrival times on here.
Okay.
So
this, you see
That's
here,
soccer.
525 at 20:12:21, 320 C4. That's code 4.
Correct.
Meaning all clear, right?
To my understanding, yes.
and then 8:30 out with 320 at 20:12:55. So roughly 40 seconds or 34 seconds later, squad 320, or excuse me, squad 830 is out with 320.
Correct.
Right? And then there was an inquiry to get some information, right? And ultimately, then,
Moto,
8:20,
what area are
11
you in?
seconds,
Like, what state are you in, if you
there
don't
was
mind
a
me
code
asking?
2 call
Don't
for
answer if you don't want to tell me.
mouth
Like, don't tell me exactly where you are, but, like,
meaning code
what
2
state
again,
are you in?
meaning just come in the matter of
Where
due
there's this
course.
crazy
Don't-
flooding.
No need to rush.
I read about it, but I
Routine, yeah.
forgot.
Routine, right. And then at 20:21:35, so again, about a minute and 24 seconds later, squad 330 EMS code 3.
Correct.
So someone assigned to squad
Wait for the next
320,
witness?
either
Yes.
Officer Chauvin or Tao, called
I can't
EMS
wait
and
then, bro.
stepped them up to code 3.
Squad 330.
Squad 330, right, which would be Officer Chauvin or Officer Tao.
Correct.
Oh, hell yeah.
And they, code 3 means get here as quickly as you possibly can, right?
Correct.
Lights and sirens.
Correct. Sorry.
Now this
Imagine a British
particular,
cop doing half a day in South Central.
This particular document, Exhibit 151, does
You're
not
funny,
have
man.
the arrival
Harlem?
times, correct?
Not printed on it, no.
That's too fucking funny.
Are you familiar with other documents or other printouts that would show various arrival times?
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
And it would show other people who are associated with the case? Like what time, like who is assigned to which particular squad car?
Yes.
Okay. If I may have just a minute, if we could take this down, Your Honor.
Tower, what don't you understand about you want good guys with guns in order to stop
Mr. Frank,
bad
you
guys with
referencing
guns?
date stamp 743.
We have guns in America because no one can ever invade America.
Would it
Someone could invade the UK.
refresh your recollection?
You get
or
what I'm
would it
saying?
Help you to identify
In America,
arrival times,
we
you
cannot
can
be
look
invaded
at what's called an
because we have
incident
guns.
detail report.
But that means there are bad guys with guns. And if you
ask
have a bad guy with a
if you
gun
can show
and a
this
bunch of
screen
bobbies
to
with fucking,
This says
little sticks, they're all getting killed, and a shitload of innocent people are getting killed if some crazy guy goes off, alright? So, to stop the crazy guy with the gun,
If I may have a minute.
the good guy with the gun stops him. Now, I know this is really hard for you to understand this, alright? But this is how it needs to be in order to create a great society, like a good and great society that can't be invaded. Some army could invade your country. If they beat your army, you're fucked. If they beat your army, your planes and your military and your fucking ships, like, China or something, and they go into your homeland, like the Chinese troops are going in their homeland with their little Chinese guns, they're like,
All right. Now the
you know,
incident detail report has
get on
a
the
much
floor,
more
but in
detailed
Chinese.
time of
get on the floor.
first keystroke of when somebody starts
you're fucked.
typing.
What are you gonna do?
time
Grab a
officers
fucking knife?
arrive, Every single
Grab a little
time
butter
is
knife?
documented very closely. Correct.
Correct.
Now, would you disagree?
Second
if I
Amendment.
told you
We
that
have the
phone
Constitution.
was picked up
You have some
from a
bullshit.
911 caller at
You have the
8:01 and
Queen.
15 seconds.
Go. I hope if you get invaded, you can go stop at the Queen's
I
castle
know
and
that
hide there
you don't have
instead.
this right in front of you, but because of some redactions, I just have to walk you through these times.
Okay.
Would you agree or disagree, or would you agree that the first unit was assigned at 8:04 and 28 seconds?
Yes.
Now, if anyone tried to put boots on American soil,
And that would be Squad 330 was en route.
It's a much
at
different
8:04
story.
And 28 seconds.
Correct.
Then 320
Much
took the
different
call
story.
at 8:05 and 11 seconds and indicated that they were en route. So very short time, right?
Very short time.
America cannot be
Would you
invaded.
agree that if I told you that Squad 320 arrived at Cup Foods at 8:08 and 10 seconds?
Correct.
Squad 330 being assigned to Derek Chauvin, to Tao. Squad 830
Dumbass.
being assigned to Peter
If you don't
Chang,
understand
the
why
Minneapolis
Americans have
Park
guns and you're ignorant,
Squad
just
320
don't talk.
being assigned
Don't
to
talk on the
Officer
subject.
King Lane.
Correct.
Now, in terms of
All right, we're going to skip through this sidebar real quick.
Our take today, Eric, now for it's like they're coming.
There we go. I want to get through this witness and get to the next witness, man. This witness is boring the shit out of me, dog.
We're going to go back to old school methods and print out some paper. We'll get there.
Not to mention the whole tyrannical government aspect of the Second Amendment. I don't even have to get into that. But also why we have guns is in case our government becomes corrupt and tyrannical, the American people can take back the power rightfully theirs with the Constitution and the Second Amendment. Not like you could do that in fucking Britain, though. Public hanging was also the nation-sponsored execution in the UK until 1980. Jesus Christ. It's fucking weird. You know what else is weird? Black pudding or black sausage or whatever it is. Ugh. Where's Rhodesia? He's a cool UK guy that's not a complete fucking moron. Japan's Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto is quoted as saying, "You cannot invade mainland United States. There would be a rifle behind each blade of grass," and that's fully true.
So for purposes of stipulation, EMS code 2 for a mouth injury was called at 8:20 and 11 seconds. EMS
Proof.
code 3
When the proof
from
is
Squad
in the pudding,
330
dudes, that's
was
why.
called out at 8:21 and 35 seconds.
When the mainstream realizes the truth, and then something has to be done about
The
it.
arrival time of EMS
Baba Bowie.
How did you do that?
28 and 36 seconds. Remember,
Am I live again on D-Live?
So 8:28 and 36
Bro,
seconds.
I'm live
EMS
again on
arrived.
D-Live.
Correct.
Yeet.
Alright. And then EMS didn't stay on scene, right?
No.
Yar!
Left.
I
And they
be a
indicated that
mighty
they went to
pirate.
36th and Park, right?
Thank you for the follow,
They didn't go to
Atlas.
36th and Park, did they?
I guess I got unbanned on D-Live, chat.
That's
wonder
where
if they
I believe
emailed
they
me.
were.
Okay. So to your belief, they went to 36th and Park because that's what they called out, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall Fire having trouble finding EMS at 36th and Park?
Yes.
Okay. Because they didn't go to 36th and Park, they went to 36th in Chicago, correct? Or do you not know?
I actually don't know. After those comments, I did not know that's where they went.
Okay. So ultimately, there was some confusion between Fire and EMS about where EMS actually was. And you heard that radio chatter.
I asked the questions on Metcom, which is reflected in there, and then relayed the information that I had of 36th and Park, which was also added into the call. Other than that, I didn't know their locations.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you said that you were watching this video, and you were still, you were still watching your rest of your work, right?
Correct. I was actively still working.
So you look up for a couple seconds, look down, do your work, look up, look down, from time to time throughout the course of this incident.
You're correct.
All right. And so it's fair to say that your attention wasn't necessarily focused directly on the cameras and what you were seeing.
Correct.
But it was concerning enough to you what you did see that you called Sergeant Pluger of the Minneapolis Police Department 3rd Precinct, right?
I was concerned. Yes, because of the time of the length of the incident had not changed.
Okay.
Does my face look really dark, or does this lighting look all right?
Or the audio of your call.
Blood sausage, black pudding. I'm still on D Live. No, I'm back on D Live.
8:30 and 44 seconds.
I'm back on D Live.
Is that the time of the call?
So I
20,
got
30,
booted off D Live earlier. Let me open up my restream or my chat real quick.
Was at 8:30 and 44 seconds, and in fact, during that phone call, you must have looked back at the camera and saw that they were all gone at that point, right?
Correct.
Because you said something to the effect of, "Oh wait, they're all gone," right?
Correct.
And your time that you had called into the MetLink was at 8:31 and 12 seconds. Does that sound right to you?
Looks good. Face and shoutouts from my hat.
Right.
Correct.
It looks pink.
Then ultimately, Squad 330 indicated that they were going out to check on the status.
Tower says you look wonderful, man. Tower.
That's something that Squad 330 typed into the system.
Jesus.
And that was at 8:55:08, right?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Now, again, you were concerned because of the length of the time that you saw this
Maybe if I
incident
turn
unfolding.
the overhead lights off.
And I think you said that at one
me
point
try
you
something.
thought maybe the camera had even frozen.
Correct.
Right? Because it seemed to be kind of prolonged, right? You can't hear anything on that video, could you?
No.
You had no idea what officers were talking about amongst each other or what they were talking about with others who were present, right?
You are correct.
And again, you, not being a Minneapolis police officer, are not familiar with the use of force requirements, correct?
And now we got
But you are aware that when uses of force are made
minor
or
problem.
used, sometimes you'll hear dispatch, the officer call for a sergeant because they need someone to review a use of force, right?
Right.
And you, at the time you called Officer Pluger or Sergeant Pluger, you hadn't received any sort of a dispatch from Squad 320, Squad 330, or Squad 830, hey, we need a sergeant to review the use of force.
You are correct.
Now, every single time...
So I'm going to turn that light on a little bit
force,
just to get rid of
the dispatch process?
Fucking
using the radio.
shadow.
Well, to get to the sergeant to report the use of force.
I got this.
As far as I know.
Okay. So you don't know whether someone called up Sergeant Pluger on his cell phone and said, hey, we need you down here.
Correct.
And so, because at 8:30, when you called Sergeant Pluger, you had not yet heard that dispatch, right?
Correct.
And sometimes when a use of force incident occurs, that call may be to the sergeant to review the use of force, may be fairly quick, and sometimes it may take a few minutes, right?
That's true.
And
Yes.
it just depends on the circumstances and the situation, right?
Correct.
All right. Now, you indicated that there were these TVs. There are more cameras within the city of Minneapolis than 6 or 9 TVs worth, right?
Yes.
Are the televisions, like, are they split screen?
No weird shadows.
You can see 5 or 6
Green
cameras
screen
at
looks
one
good.
time, or are they, is it one big TV with one big camera?
I did it.
It is split screens, and then you can go into different camera views.
Okay.
Yes, Tower, you should not come in here criticizing
When
America.
you watched
Definitely
the
don't do that.
video here in court, you said that it was similar to the video that you had watched previously, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that the video that we just watched in court seemed to be moving very slowly?
Zip tie guy from the Capitol riots released. No charges.
terms
He's from
of
Nashville. Hell yeah.
Kind of choppy
Pace.
Nice.
pace.
Yes.
So an incident that you watched,
I look sunburned.
you watched it in real time.
Maybe I can-
subject to a few seconds of delay for the signal to get
Do some video configuration.
through, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to see if it makes a difference if we look at it on my computer.
Oh my god. And make it less bright. No. White balance. What the fuck is this?
If we could,
Oh, God.
this is Exhibit 11. Yep, it should be plugged in. Can we put it up? There we go. It's day one, Your Honor. So. All right. So now when you watch the same video,
Oh,
it seems to be
backlight
moving a little
compensation.
faster time.
Correct.
There we go. That makes me not look
Because
red,
these
right?
cameras actually transmit real-time occurrences.
Correct.
What's gain do?
And you said that you
No idea.
first kind of took notice based on your estimate at 8:17. So I'm going to just...
Alright, how's that? Way better, right?
This is
Will I be
8:17
streaming the Kyle Rittenhouse trial?
and
Probably
38
yes.
seconds.
I will stream that on YouTube, not on Twitch.
So this is 8:17 in about 30 seconds, and this is
Now
when
I
you first
look
sort of took notice
less
of these
red and more
cameras
white.
on the squad car, right?
Correct.
Or at the call center.
Still not perfect, but trying my best out
Now,
here.
in terms of the pacing
Look
of
at
this,
this.
is this more consistent with real time?
Yes.
And one of the things you ultimately told
Here, we can try this.
Agent Peterson was how you noticed how the squad car was rocking back and forth during the struggle.
Correct.
And if you could just watch this and tell me when you start to see that happen.
Well, it's currently shaking.
Shit.
And now currently shaking.
And by rocking back and forth, the car is actually going forward, a little backwards, and it's happening over and over and over again, right?
Correct.
And it's happening pretty much consistently during the course of the interaction of the officers, right?
I don't know though, the shadow.
Correct.
And that back door is opening and closing on the officers,
Really bright.
right?
Correct.
Now the other things that you notice when you look at this intersection, this is a pretty busy intersection, right?
Correct.
Lots of cars coming by, lots of people wandering about. This was May 25th, pretty nice spring day in the middle of, or not long after being cooped up inside here.
Correct.
So now ultimately, you observed and you saw these officers using force, right? Or what you believe to be force.
With taking him out of the squad?
Right. Or putting him in the squad.
Yes.
And there was what you observed was a struggle between officers and the person they were arresting, right?
Correct.
And that the struggle ultimately resulted in that squad shaking back and forth.
Correct.
This is awesome. Good cop. Good lawyer.
And when you ultimately called Sergeant Pluger, you said, I don't know if this is a use of force or not, right?
Correct.
And Sergeant Pluger told you that it could be just a takedown.
Correct.
And a takedown wouldn't require a supervisor.
Correct.
Ultimately, you know that Sergeant Pluger responded to the scene, right? And is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
It's okay. And that's confirmed in the computer-aided dispatch or the incident detail report, right?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Frank, can you redirect?
Just great. Just a few follow-up questions. I'm going to put 151 back up on the screen for you because I think in the questioning, I think counsel had asked you about MetLink, I think was the term he used. I just want to clarify that 2 points. So if we could put. And I want to just clarify those times as well. So if we go down to the time of 20:31:12, and if we could just expand that out so we could all see it a little better, please. I think counsel had asked you about this 20:31:12, and that being the Metcom call. Having looked at this, what time was your Metcom call?
So the information I added was at 2033 for the Metcom.
I don't know
That
if I
is
should
our
put this chat up
resource
here.
that we use radio to radio in the metro, so we can be quick and be able to get information back and forth.
So that 20:33:02, what is the purpose?
It's not
of
even
that entry
showing
right
the
there?
D-Live chat on it for some reason.
I'm
so-
asking basically what is the reason why fire was added.
Alright, just forget it.
I got on there and asked, what do you need fire for? Because there were no additional comments of saying why they were needed code 3.
And so what you've typed in there via Metcom is, and you sent out, yes,
Yes.
is to tell what?
The information that I got via Metcom was that EMS would like the fire department for patient condition at the requested location of Park and 36th.
So that's the answer you got, is that that EMS wanted them to go there.
Correct.
And so that was information you received before 20:33:02, but you sent out at that time.
Correct. There's the time of me typing and putting it in there.
When you have referred to your work duties that day, you can take it down, thank you, as Channel 1, how does that signify you from other dispatchers?
We have 2 other channels. There's Channel 2, which is in charge of the north side, and then there's Channel 3, who has downtown in the 5th precinct, and then we have a relief dispatcher who's there to help us when we take our breaks or when we need to get up for any given reason.
So when you dispatch over Channel 1, does that go citywide or just precinct-wide?
Just on those 2 precincts, I have my own dedicated channel.
Having been questioned by opposing counsel about your call, as you sit here today, have you changed your mind about the reasons why you called Sergeant Pleger when you did?
No.
You were asked about the number of screens that you have up, looking at all this, and still being able to see what was going on in this call from the city camera. That's been your work setup for about 7 years, correct?
Correct.
Something you do on a daily basis is keep track of all these moving parts.
Yes.
And that video that's up there, when it's not sending out work messages, can put up these city cameras, correct?
Correct.
But you don't control that.
Correct.
Do you know who or what office controls that?
It can change. Sometimes the supervisors at our center can pull up cameras. Like I said, sometimes we put them on there just to see what the weather is. Especially if we have inclement weather, if there's storms coming through, we can see actually how severe they are when people are calling in. Sometimes they put them up for incidences if we can see anything. And those cameras can be taken away from us to the fact that the base, which is the precinct desk, has control over them and can move them to wherever they need to when they need to.
So what you're saying is that those cameras, where they're pointed and when they're available to you, can be controlled by members of the police department.
Correct.
And in your 6 years by this date and 7 years now, it's a rare incident for somebody to put an incident up on the screen like that.
Correct.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gurry. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Statement called next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Alicia Euler.
Stand right behind your chair to start. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
All right, have a seat. And just to make sure that we can hear you, we're going to have you take your mask off. I'm going to leave mine on, but and before you begin, and so we can test out the microphone, could you give us your full name, spelling each of your names?
Like my whole name?
Yep.
Alicia Marie Euler, ALISHA, MARIEEOYLER.
And I think I'm going to be pull up just a little closer to the microphone. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Slisher.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. And Ms. Euler, the key I'm going to give you is that when you speak, you should be able to hear your own voice over the speakers, all right? So just lean close enough to the microphone to be able to do that, all right? So first, I'm going to ask you a few questions so we can get to know you a little better. How old are you?
23.
23. And are you originally from Minnesota?
No.
Where did you grow up?
No, I'm from Arizona.
You can kind of pull back. You're actually speaking.
I'm sorry. I don't like this.
Yeah, I just need you to speak closer.
Okay, are we good? Okay.
Thank you. And you can even pretend you're yelling at me if you want to, or make your voice hit the back of the room, all right?
Okay.
So you said that you grew up in Arizona, is that right?
Yep.
What part of Arizona?
Just Arizona.
The whole state?
Yep.
Okay. When did you make your way over to Minnesota?
All right.
I don't know. while ago.
There it
Were you
goes.
still in high school?
Yeah.
Did you attend any schools when you moved to Minnesota?
Yeah.
Where did you go to school?
Red Wing.
In Red Wing, Minnesota. Where else did you go?
St. Paul.
St. Paul. Okay. What's the last grade you completed through high school?
11th.
Okay.
All right.
Can you tell the jury the different cities or towns that you've lived in since coming to Minnesota?
I guess Minneapolis.
This is a real witness?
Minneapolis, and I assume Red Wing for a while?
Yeah, St. Paul.
And St. Paul. Are you currently employed?
No.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of jobs that you've held?
I used to work at Speedway.
And which speedway do you recall the location?
38th in Chicago.
Right. What did you do at Speedway at 38th in Chicago?
I'm a shift lead.
Shift lead? What does that mean?
Not like a regular employee, but not a manager, like kind of in the middle.
Okay. So not a lot of us have had the experience of working as a shift lead at Speedway, so I'd like you to just tell the jury a little bit of what's your day-to-day job like when you have that job?
I work at a cash register. I do paperwork. If a customer has an issue, I handle the issues.
Wow, brother.
You also work as a cashier?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have to train other people or supervise other cashiers?
Sometimes.
Card Kane, go right ahead. I don't give a
How long
shit.
did you have that job, Ms. Lehman?
About a year.
Did you start as a shift lead, or did you have a
Yeah.
different position? You started as a shift lead? Can you tell the jury a little bit about the types of hours you would work there? Was it a full-time job?
Yep, I work 40 hours a week.
Okay.
Well, I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you typically start your shift?
Between 2 or 3 to closing, 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock was closing?
Yeah.
Was it a pretty busy store?
It has its moments.
Okay. Well, I'd like to see if you recognize the area. First, I'd like to show just the witness what's been marked for identification as Exhibit 1. Oh.
Is that the white noise machine?
Day, her name's
The first, I'm going to offer Exhibit 1. And then I'm going to show you Exhibit 1. If you can take a look at the screen. Just the one in front of you.
Oh.
Whoa, Vicky's fat sister.
All right.
That's pretty good. I like
Do you
that.
recognize what's shown in Exhibit 1?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see the speedway?
We
where you
don't
used to
need no
work?
cats. How's that song go?
No.
She made that racist song. Jang
All
Chong,
right.
bitch.
So, do you have something that looks like this in front of you? A little stylus?
Whoa, Vicky. Oh, my
All
God.
right. What I'd like you to do is just take this and see if you can draw a circle around the speedway where you used to work. Thank you. All right. And the name of the store directly across the street, are you familiar with that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
And what's the name of that store?
Cup Foods.
You ever go in that store? Were you a customer there?
Not really.
Not really? Just the place across the street where you worked?
Yeah.
Okay. And then do you see what's directly across the street if you cross 38th Street from Cup Foods?
Yeah.
Do you recognize that building?
Yeah, I didn't know that's what it was, though.
What did you know it was?
I never really paid attention to it.
Okay.
She's like, I'm not getting paid for this. I do not want to be here. I'm tired.
Well,
I should be
do you
asleep
recall
right now.
whether or not you were working on May 25, 2020, Memorial Day?
Yeah.
And where were you working?
At Speedway.
At Speedway.
She is high, dude.
Do you recall
She's
when
for
you
sure
began
high.
shift?
She's for sure high.
3 o'clock.
She laughed when she's asked when she works. She's like, "Bitch, I just told you I work at Speedway, bitch."
And do you recall specifically what you were doing at the Speedway that day?
Ringing up customers.
And at the cash register?
Yeah.
Can you just, again, using your stylus, point or maybe put a little X around the area in front of the store where the cash register would be?
She's over this shit, dude. She wants to go to sleep.
Like right here.
She wants to smoke some bud
Okay.
and go back to sleep. And eat some
Are you
candy
able to see the
and to watch
outside
trash
across the
TV.
street from the cash register?
Maybe she wants to watch
Yes.
anime. Just kidding, Shaq. Come on.
And you said you began working at 3. I'd like to draw your attention to a little after 8 o'clock in the evening that day.
Moto.
Do you
Bet she knows the
recall
prices of Newports
something
and
that
Fly
caught your
wrappers.
attention
Lol.
outside of the Speedway?
Yeah.
You tell the jury what caught your attention.
The police, like in that area, it's always police.
When did you first notice, or where did you first notice the police?
I would say like on the corner, right, like diagonal, like across the street.
How long till she starts acting up?
Like right here.
She gonna get an attitude at any point?
Okay. And so, for the record, that's across from Cup Foods, across 38th Street, in what is labeled on Exhibit 1 as Dragon Walk. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Please tell the jury in your own
Why
words,
does she look like she's gonna start
what it
busting out
is you
laughing?
saw that caught your attention.
Just the police. Try not to cuss. Just them messing with someone.
Okay. And when you say messing with someone, and thank you for not cussing, but when you say messing with someone, could you please describe what you mean by that?
Like, I don't really know how to explain it. Just like disturbing somebody before I found out who it was.
Okay. Now, did you eventually find out who the person the police were disturbing in your words?
Yep.
Who was that?
George Floyd.
Had you ever met this person before?
No.
To your knowledge, you've never been a customer in the Speedway?
No.
Okay.
I'd watch anime with her if she sucked like a Hoover. Shut up, Aunt.
Please describe for the jury what you saw after you first noticed the police having this interaction with the person you now know to be Mr. Floyd.
White grape. Her favorite flower. Favorite flavor of White Owl's white grape. Hell yeah.
So can you just describe, after you first noticed the police having this interaction with Mr. Floyd, what did you see happen?
This dude's hair is fucked up.
You saw where was Mr. Floyd when you saw him in handcuffs?
Over here.
Unprofessional DA.
In the area where you first indicated, by the Dragon Walk?
I believe so, yeah.
And then what did you see happen after Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs?
I don't remember.
What's the next thing you do remember?
Oh, God.
Are you a little nervous today?
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. You just take your time. And we have plenty of time to get through this, okay? And so, just backing up, you'd indicated that Mr. Floyd was in handcuffs, and just think to yourself what you next remember seeing after you noticed he was in handcuffs.
I think they ended up putting him in the police car thing.
And which police car? Where was the police car that you saw?
The one right across from Cup Foods.
Okay. Now, before you saw that, did you see the police take Mr. Floyd across the street?
Yeah.
Yes? All right. So after you saw him in handcuffs, you saw him being taken across the street and then placed in the car right outside of Cup Foods. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And you own a cell phone, correct?
Yeah.
You owned a cell phone at the time. Yes?
Yes.
And did you do anything with your cell phone as you began to notice this incident involving Mr. Floyd and the police?
Well, as you guys seen that on the security thing that I had my phone.
You had your phone. Did you do anything with your phone?
Like recording it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'd like you to do first, before we get to the point where you start recording, just explain to the jury what you saw after you noticed the police officers putting Mr. Floyd in the car.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I can't think right now.
Well, you indicated that you began recording with your cell phone. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And during the time that you've been speaking to the police about this, you've provided your cell phone recordings to law enforcement. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
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 All right. And there were a total of 7 cell phone recordings that you personally took. Is that correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed each of those cell phone recordings, correct?
Yeah.
And those cell phone recordings, do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw on the street that day?
Yeah.
And 2 of those cell phone recordings were actually made from inside the store, correct?
Yes.
And then the rest were outside of the store.
Yeah.
Now, those cell phone recordings, the individual clips, have been marked and disclosed to counsel as exhibits 2 through 8. You wouldn't know that, but they have. And at this time, I'm going to offer exhibits 2 through 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any objection?
No, you're right.
2 through 8 are received.
And then, Ms. Euler, you also had an opportunity to review a surveillance video. Is that right?
Yes.
And the surveillance video, for the record, is Exhibit 11. Having reviewed that video, did that video, fairly and accurately capture things that you observed when you were working at Speedway on the 25th?
Yes.
Okay. And then you were able to review that surveillance video in a format in which all of your cell phone videos, or I guess I should say 6 of the 7 cell phone videos, had been spliced into or put next to the surveillance video, correct?
Yes.
And that kind of gives a perspective of when those individual videos were shot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the combination
Not banned from
of the
Twitch,
6
Lisa.
videos that we've just received and Exhibit 11, which has been offered and received, would that
The trial shows
better help
video
you
of
assist you
George
in explaining
Floyd
the testimony?
dying
Yeah.
as evidence.
And
For that
the
reason,
record, is
I'm
Exhibit
not showing
9.
this on
I
Twitch.
offer Exhibit 9.
Because that would be considered extreme violence and gore.
9 is
I would get banned off Twitch.
And at this time, I'm going to go ahead and publish Exhibit 9. I was going to take Exhibit 1 down.
Not banned on Twitch, just being proactive as
And
to
when
not
I
be
say
banned on
publish, I
Twitch.
mean I'm going to play it.
Still
and at
being
times
able
I'm
to
going
stream
to
now.
stop and pause and have you explain some things. All right?
Okay. Okay.
All right. If we could begin publishing Exhibit 9, please. I believe we're paused at 7 seconds. At this point, you can see, and I'm going to place a circle around the officers. You see them there?
Yes.
And are those the people that you saw interacting with the person you now know to be Mr. Floyd?
Yep.
And your first interaction that you noticed was actually across the street by the Dragon Walk. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, as Mr. Floyd's being taken over the car, I think that we will soon hear your first recording. So if we can resume play.
always some shit going on over here.
After you made that short recording, and that was you, I suppose, narrating?
Yes.
Okay. After you were narrating that portion, you continued to watch?
Yes.
Now, at this time, Ms. Euler, did you notice any bystanders, anybody in the street?
No.
Thank you, Ant. Smart to use alternate platforms in this case, that's right. And we're on 3 platforms. Facebook, DLive, and Twitch. Except for the Facebook one is all fucked up, and I did get yeeted off DLive, but we're back on DLive. Wait, did I say Twitch? I meant YouTube. YouTube, DLive, and Facebook. But we're on YouTube for sure. We're back on DLive after getting yeeted earlier. And the Facebook one might work, might not work. I don't know for sure. It's fucked up.
Approaching
TJ, thank you for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you, buddy.
Hey. Watch the events as you were working the
Carcane said, I bet $100 she pronounced the police. She does say police. She already said it earlier when they were talking about the police were, she's like, I don't want to cuss. I saw the police struggling with somebody outside or whatever. Just messing with somebody. She didn't want to say fucking with somebody. She said she saw the police messing with somebody. So I'll take that $100 from you right now.
All right, now we've paused at about 8:17, and at some point, did you notice some other police officers arrive on the scene?
I think so.
Well, let's resume play here. Okay, and let's pause. Now, at this time, I'm showing you 2 other individuals who are joining the first 2 officers that you saw. You noticed those?
Yeah.
And what did you see those 2 officers do after they arrived?
I don't remember.
Let's continue.
Thanks, Carcane. She was a year ago, it was in May last year, so yeah, almost.
Now, from your vantage point inside the Speedway, were you able to hear anything outside?
No.
Bruh. Thank you so much for the ice cream donation, Andrew Tan. Shout out, motherfucking Andrew Tan.
Let's pause here for
in the chat. Let's go.
10 seconds.
Thank you so much,
as best
man.
you can describe for the jury.
Don't forget,
what you
the
recall
donation
seeing
links
the
are
officers
in
do
the
with Mr.
description.
Floyd prior to getting to this point.
And you can donate lemons on
Before this point?
Before this point,
DLive.
for example, did you see Mr. Floyd get into a vehicle?
Like off of what we just watched?
What do you recall seeing with Mr. Floyd and the squad car just before we get to this point?
Like when they drag him out?
Okay. All right. Let's resume.
Hell yeah. Shout out to motherfucking Scrum Master donating an ice cream. Thank you so much, Scrum Master. Hey. Thanks a lot, man.
Bruh.
Atlas coming in with that ice cream. Thank you so much for the ice cream. Atlas, let's motherfucking go. Hey. Big Dick Atlas in the chat.
Now we're paused at about almost 8:19.
Big Dick Scrum Master.
I asked you previously about
Big Dick in the
bystanders
chat.
and noticing bystanders. At some point,
B-52
as
dick
you made
bombing.
these observations, did you see a crowd of bystanders gather?
Not till like after.
After what?
Like after they did yeah.
Okay. So at this point, you're not seeing a crowd either in the immediate area or across the street at the Speedway?
I'm trying to remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, let's resume play.
This witness is fucking nuts. Who thought this would be a good idea? Who called this witness? So these videos that we're showing, this would be considered TOS on Twitch, everybody.
No, you keep going.
Same handle on the YouTubes? Yeah, shizbang. Yeah, I'll just type it in, dude. Here. There's the YouTube link. And for everyone on YouTube, if you wanted to check out the D-Live, here's the D-Live link. There you go. Shizbang, this witness sucks balls. If I were on the jury, I would discount her testimony. I agree. She's being coached the whole way through it. Her testimony is I don't remember. Yeah, everything is I don't remember, and she looks like she's about to fall the fuck asleep. It's useless. This witness is useless for sure. I think it's the prosecution's witness. You think it was called by the state? Dumbass. And if anyone wants to, if you don't follow me on Twitch, I mainly stream on Twitch.
I'm going to pause here.
Which would be this.
This is at 8:20 and 20
link
seconds.
right here.
Can I ask you some questions?
You guys
about
gonna hit
some
up this
people,
link
again, some
and
bystanders.
follow me there and watch
in
me
the
when I
area.
stream on my normal
Do you know
shit.
who this person in the lower left corner wearing sandals and shorts and a black shirt is?
No.
Don't recognize him, never seen him before?
No.
Do you know the person in the dark shirt, hooded sweatshirt, and the blue pants?
No.
Never met her before either?
No.
Okay. Or how about the child behind her in the green shirt?
No.
Not familiar with her either?
No.
Okay. If you please resume.
If you're the defense's witness, they would get first questioning. The counter questioning would be by prosecution said. Got it. I knew that. Because I played Phoenix Wright. Objection! They paid her 2 1/4 ounce, it seems. Jesus. Jesus.
I'm going to pause for a moment here. Do you recognize that person, that officer? Do you recall seeing an officer interacting with a group of bystanders who would later gather?
I think so.
Can you physically describe that
The
person?
memer's gonna have fun with
as best
her
you
for
remember?
sure, dude.
I don't really know. It's been so long.
Do you recall previously talking about a bald police officer?
I think in one of my videos I was talking to a person.
Okay. A bald officer. Do
Yeah.
you recall as you sit here today what the bald officer did?
I think he was like yelling at people. Like before or after this.
Do you also recall describing a tall officer?
Yeah.
What did the tall officer do?
I think he was like, I don't remember. There's so much.
Let's resume
He'd
play.
be yelling at people before and after. Before or after. I don't know. Nobody knows.
There's always some shit going on.
Pause for a moment. Now, what we heard there that was imposed at the same time as the surveillance video was your second recording. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And again,
Yes.
that was your voice when you said there are always some...
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Had you continued to watch these events out the window that entire time?
Carcane
Did I watch it out like outside?
probably would have been a better expert
From
witness
inside.
if they'd asked her about
I think
kneeling.
I went outside to smoke a cigarette.
She seems like she knows a thing or two about kneeling for 9 minutes.
All right, I'm going to ask
Nice.
the play to resume and ask you to pay particular attention to your video on the right side, okay? Freeze. Yeah, go a little bit further. Stop. All right. Now, showing you what appears to be a reflection.
Mm-hmm.
Recognize that?
Yeah,
Who's that?
that's me.
Okay. So that's you recording the events reflected in the window, correct?
Yep.
So based on that, would you agree that you were inside the speedway at the time this particular recording was made?
Yes.
Resume, please. Pause. Now, can you please explain to the jury why did you continue to record what you were seeing here?
Because I always see the police, they're always messing with people, and it's wrong and it's not right.
I'm going to then direct your attention to the right side of the screen as well. You say that you briefly turned your camera away from the officers in the squad car towards the area that's right by the Dragon Walk. Is that right? And can you tell the jury what you see?
How many black
here?
boyfriends does this chick have?
I see people standing there, but that's not why I shifted the camera.
Can you explain why you shifted the camera?
Because that's where it started from.
Okay, so when you say that's where it started from, I think your description initially was that there were some officers who were, to use your words, messing with Mr. Floyd.
Yep.
Okay, and this is the area in which they were messing with Mr. Floyd?
Yep. When it started.
I'd like to resume play again, please. Let's pause for a moment, and you can see that that would have been your second recording has stopped. And at this point, we're continuing to watch the surveillance video. Please resume.
Fuck. Back.
We could freeze here. Let it go just a little further. Stop. All right. So again, I've already asked you about some of the people in the crowd, and you said you didn't know them. I want to add some of the folks. There's a person in a white T-shirt. Do you recognize that person?
I don't know that person.
Never seen that young woman before?
Not before like this.
Okay. And then I think walking by, I don't know if you noticed, there was a couple with a child. Had you ever seen them before?
No.
And then there's a gentleman here in a dark hooded sweatshirt.
And said count the bruises, that'll tell you.
No.
Fucked up.
Please resume.
Atlas, wrong question. How many kids does she have? Ah. Oh, man.
Now, at some point, you
that's what George Floyd is saying.
Gone outside of the store to smoke a cigarette. Is that right?
Yep.
You continue to watch these events unfold as you were outside of the store?
Yep.
As you were watching from outside the store, did you see any of the bystanders interact with police officers?
I think they were like yelling at each other. I don't really know what they said. I was kind of too far away.
Couldn't make out any specific words?
No.
Do you recall seeing a woman with a black shirt and a white headband?
No. This was like a year ago, a long time ago.
Go ahead and resume. All right. If you could pause. All right. I'd asked you about seeing a woman with a black shirt and a white headband. I'm wondering if this refreshes your memory at all about this person.
No.
All right. From outside, then, at your vantage point, outside of the Speedway, you began what is now your fourth recording, and I think for the record, that starts at about was it 8:25, 26?
He's not thinking because the drugs that his body is overdosing on are slowing his mental function. I see you. So we are establishing she doesn't know anyone. Congratulations, you're outing her as having no friends.
I know that the tall dude that's leaning on his feet, they had him in the other side of the car, and then he pulled him out on the ground.
You could pause for a moment. Right. Whose voice was that?
That was mine.
Okay. And were you describing to someone who was standing next to you what you just witnessed earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
I bet Father's Day at her house is confusing, said Moto Mike, LOL.
seems that you've spent a lot of time watching this encounter.
Yeah.
And you were continuing to occasionally record.
Yeah.
Okay. If you could resume, please.
It doesn't matter what the optics of it looked like. The facts of the case remain the same. Doesn't matter how it looked. You know, you could slap someone in the face, and then they could have a random, like, brain aneurysm. And it would look like you slapped them so hard you killed them. But you didn't kill them. They had a brain aneurysm. You feel me?
If you could pause.
The optics of this
Did you
case
hear that ambulance in the
means
background?
jack dick.
At some point, do you recall an
Means
ambulance
absolutely
actually
nothing.
arriving?
I believe so, yeah.
As best you can remember.
Cup Foods isn't an odd name. It just
can
makes
you
me
describe
think
what you saw after the
that
ambulance
it
got
just
there?
only sells cup ramen noodles.
I think the person was going on a stretcher.
Antrutan. Meanwhile, everyone's shoplifting at her store. Haha.
If we can resume, please.
Atlas, you're taking off. See you, dude. Antrutan, I agree, Shiz, but the prosecution is trying to manipulate the jury with
Stop.
this, so they ignore the
And
evidence.
at this
True.
point, you can see that the ambulance has arrived, and there's a ambulance worker coming out of the passenger side of the vehicle. Is that right?
Yeah.
In the time that you've been watching up to this point, did you see this individual ever get up from the first position he was in when he first went down?
I don't
Carcane,
remember.
Father's Day at her house, empty. Daddy's Day at her
Please
house,
resume.
party. That's funny. Look, they sell halal meat, organic milk, bus cards, phones and accessories, t-shirts, something, food.
Stop. All right. So you see that the street camera has now changed positions. Is that right?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Do you recognize that person?
That's me.
That's you. Okay. So that's you, and you're holding your cell phone.
Yep.
And that's you recording, so we can give the jury a good idea of where you were at the time you were taking that footage. Okay. And that's when the ambulance arrived. You continued to observe. Please resume. Do you ever personally observe the officers get up off of George Floyd?
I don't think so. I don't know.
If you could pause, back up about 2 seconds.
I think I was more so like I
You know
was
you're the ghetto when you
recording
see
it,
the
but I was
liquor
also,
phone
like, trying
store
not to
combo.
get hit by the cars
I don't
coming in
see
the gas
check
station.
cashing. Where's the check cashing?
Understood. All right, if you could resume that, please.
You know, like those loans where you bring in your pay stub? They give you money if you... I don't know. Some weird ghetto shit.
All right, if you can pause. You can see the stretcher is fully out here. Is that right?
Yeah.
And then I want to draw your attention again to the last officer, closest to the head of the individual on the ground. Did you see him change position at this point?
No.
Change position. God damn, dude. Stop that. Can't you see people are trying to fucking do shit?
And then you made your final recording as Mr. Floyd was taken from the ground, loaded onto the stretcher, and placed in the back of the ambulance. if you could pause, please. And then you see that at approximately 8:29,
Payday loans, that's
29
right.
seconds PM,
Payday loan pawn shop.
Mr. Floyd is fully placed into the back of the ambulance. Is that right?
Yep.
I'm not on Twitch
please
because I can't show this video of George Floyd dying on Twitch. And I want to show the trial.
And at that point, if you would pause, please, at 8:29 and about 52 seconds, I believe, 52, 53 seconds, you stopped recording. Is that right?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. And you can take that down now. But what did you see after the ambulance pulled away?
There you go.
There was just a bunch of people yelling and fighting, and I didn't really understand
Everyone was
why,
asking, so I'll just
but now
snipe it down
obviously
here.
we know why.
What did you do after you stopped? After you stopped watching outside?
I went back to work.
I wrote trail instead of
And that
trial.
would
I'm
have been
dumb.
around about 8:30.
I don't remember.
Do you remember when your shift ended?
10 o'clock.
And so you worked up until 10 o'clock.
Yep.
Do you recall what you saw after you
No big deal.
left work that day?
Tape. There was a bunch of tape everywhere, and they made me instead of going down Chicago to go home, they made me go around and down the street, all the way down, I think 35th.
Because the scene had crime scene tape around it,
Yeah.
and you weren't able to access it. Did you make another recording of that crime scene tape?
I think I did.
At this time, I believe we've already received Exhibit 7, and I'd like to publish Exhibit 7, please. Yeah, that'd be good. Well, you know what? I'm almost finished here.
Go ahead.
Yeah. If we could just publish Exhibit 7. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Exhibit 8.
Dum da dum dum dum. This man keeps fucking up on his own
If you
trial.
could pause, please.
That's the second time that he
And
fucked up.
Ms. Euler,
Hey.
you described the scene being taped up with crime scene tape and you weren't able to access it. Does this show the area where the crime scene tape was?
Yes.
All right. If you could resume play, please. And stop. All right, and you can take that down. What did you do then after you made that recording?
I went home.
And at some point, you were contacted by police officers, is that right?
Yeah.
They talked to you about what happened, took a statement from you,
Yeah.
and you voluntarily provided the videos to them, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Council's going to have some questions for you, but I think we're going to take a break first.
Let's take our 20-minute break. Let's reconvene at 3:25.
On this, so
Well, did you ever have an...
Hold on.
Okay.
a lot of sort of vision, but
Alright, here we go. No break for us, baby.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Baba Booey.
Thank you so much for the follow, Baines Plains.
So I'd like to ask you a few follow-up
On
questions,
D-Line.
if that's okay.
Okay.
If the court would, I'm going to show you Exhibit 1, as we had before. And I think that you indicated that you were about right there, right? When
Yeah.
you first observed everything?
Yeah.
All right. Now, can you just describe for me generally, the inside of the Speedway? Would you have been facing customers, looking out the window to your right? Would you have been standing forward and looking out the window?
It would be to my side.
Okay. So if you were in the subway area, or excuse me, the Speedway area right here,
sweet,
in this area that you're talking about, your back would have been facing that way?
No. Yes.
Yeah. And so when you observed what happened over in this area, you would have been looking back over your right shoulder.
Yes.
Okay. And that's when you first observed. Oops. That's when you first observed the police interacting with Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
And you observed him get handcuffed or put in. He was in handcuffs at that point, right?
Yes.
And you
Alicia
observed them
Euler.
walk him back across the street towards the area here where the squad car was.
Yes.
Correct? Now, again, you said that you were working, you were taking care of customers, things of that nature, right?
Yep.
And obviously we know that you didn't film the entirety of the incident from the beginning to the end, right?
Right.
And that's because you were working, right?
Yeah.
In part, at least. And I think as we saw from your video, there were cars coming in to get gas, there were people coming into the store, that type of thing was happening. Right?
She was looking from over here.
All right. And you ultimately,
Like right
you
here.
remember that you gave a statement to an agent with the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Yep.
His name was Brent Peterson. Would you disagree if I told you that that was on May 28th of 2020?
Okay. I don't remember the.
Sure.
Yeah.
We have no reason to. It was within a couple of days of this incident, right?
Yep.
And do you recall telling Agent Peterson one of the things that you didn't understand was why they took him back out of the car?
Yep.
Because based on what you observed Mr. Floyd get into the car, both doors were shut, correct?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, according to your video, the taller officer just pulled him out of the back of the squad car.
Yep.
All right. Now, you also, do you recall testifying or telling Agent Peterson that the people in this area here, there was a female cop?
I don't remember. Oop.
All right. Yeah, sorry. Do you remember a female police officer being there?
I don't remember. This was so long ago.
Okay.
I done
Would
so
it
many
refresh your
jokes
recollection
and
to
saying,
review? Well, did you ever have an opportunity to review a transcript or an audio recording of your interview with Agent Peterson?
Say that again.
Prior to coming in and testifying, were you ever given a copy of your transcript?
I seen it or heard it.
Did you read it?
No.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your transcript?
Not really.
Okay. So you
I
don't
can't
remember
read,
ever telling,
bitch.
Agent Peterson that there was a female officer on scene?
It could have been, yeah.
Okay.
There's a lot of officers.
All right.
wow, she is not helping this fucking guy out at all.
Now, you testified that you took the first two videos from inside the speedway.
Yeah.
And then at some point you went out into kind of in the middle of the parking lot area, right?
Yep.
Or the entrance where cars would be coming in to get to the gas pumps.
Yep.
You were out there on your break, right?
Yep.
And I think we saw, based on your video, that what you did is you sort of zoomed in so you could get a closer camera view, right?
Yep.
And you zoomed it to the maximum that your camera would allow you to zoom in.
Yep.
And from where you were standing, ultimately when you were outside, you had the opportunity to make observations about what the officers were doing with Mr. Floyd, right?
Okay.
If it looks like I'm looking that way, that's because my screen right here
And
has
you
the
had
big
the
trial on it.
opportunity to make observations about kind of what else was going on, right?
Yeah.
In fact, one of the videos you actually had a conversation with someone else, right?
Yep.
So if you were standing across the street from where Mr. Floyd and the police officers were interacting, you would have one view, but you would agree that when we look at a camera, that's just kind of one perspective, right?
I mean, I guess, but there's multiple cameras though.
I understand. I guess what I'm saying is that when you're recording, your camera is only going to capture what's out in front.
Yeah, I have one screen there, one screen there.
But when you're
so
recording, you said you were
it is what it is,
looking,
Chad.
making sure you didn't get hit by a car, right? So you have the ability to turn your head from left to right. You can look up, you can look down, you can talk to people, and you can look around. Right?
You can, yeah.
But your camera's still in that one fixed position.
Yeah.
All right. So you were able to make observations. As this incident progressed, would you agree that more and more people started stopping and watching what was going on?
Yes.
There were some people standing in front of you. There were some people standing to your right. Recall that?
Yep.
And then obviously there were the people that were closer over by where the officers were as well, right?
Yeah.
And then even on the kitty corner from where you were, right? There were people standing there watching.
Yeah.
And if you went to your right on the other side, there were people standing there watching, right?
I think so.
Right. And cars were driving by and buses were driving by, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes cars, we see in your video, they would stop for quite some period of time and then drive off, right?
Yeah.
And would you also agree that as this incident progressed, the crowd of people started becoming more and more vocal?
Like, what do you mean? Like,
Well, they started yelling more.
I think so.
Right. So, like that first video when you step outside and there's fewer people, there's not as many people yelling, right?
Yeah.
But by the end, when the ambulance takes Mr. Floyd away, there's a fairly large crowd out there, right?
Right.
And there's a lot of people yelling.
Okay.
I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And those people, some of those people, you could tell were upset, right?
Yeah.
I think you said that a lot of people were yelling and fighting, right?
Yeah.
So you can get a sense that people were angry.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
And that feeling of anger is different when you're there and watching it than when it is when you're here talking about it in the courtroom.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think if you're still upset about the situation, you're still going to be upset about it.
Understood. But in that moment, you would agree when there's people yelling and there's people driving by and there's people honking, right? That's a different feeling than you may still be upset here today in court. It's a much different feeling now than it is then.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. And ultimately, again, you took these various cell phone videos, you provided them to law enforcement voluntarily, right?
Yep.
And then you went back inside, you finished your shift, and then when you left, the scene was taped off because it was a crime scene, right?
Yep.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So when you saw the officers bring Mr. Floyd across the street, did you see Mr. Floyd struggle with or resist the officers?
No.
And when the officers first brought Mr. Floyd to the ground and you saw the 3 officers on top of him, there wasn't a large crowd at that time, was there?
I don't think so, no.
In fact, that didn't happen until much later, correct?
Yeah.
And you never saw the officers get up off
I hope
of
that's
Mr.
the start
Floyd
when it's the
until
prosecution because if so,
after
they're
the
fucked.
ambulance
Oh, well.
arrived.
Can't wait till they show the body cam footage.
Is that right?
Yep, that's what it said in the video. Well, shows in the video.
All right, nothing further.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Money mask, dollar Bill Benjamin mask, and a big fat ass you can set a mug on.
Mr. Frank.
The state would call Donald Williams to the stand.
Wow.
Do you swear or affirm on penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do, sir.
Have a seat.
Yes, Your Honor.
And just to test out the microphone, if you could give us your full name, spelling each of your names.
Full name is Donald Wynn Williams II. DONALD WYNN. Last name WILLIAMS II.
Thank you. Mr. Frank.
Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors roughly how old are you?
33.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an entrepreneur and a professional fighter. And a father.
And a what?
And a father.
And that takes up probably as much time as all the others.
Yes, it does.
So you, by entrepreneur, you have some of your own companies that you run.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Various businesses.
Correct.
And tell the jury, if you would, sort of where you live, not your address, but the city or town where you live.
I'm in a unique situation, but I do have a place in Roseville in South Minneapolis.
And your place in South Minneapolis, well, are you familiar with Cup Foods?
That is correct.
And how far is your place from Cup Foods, roughly?
Not too far from Cubs.
Good enough. Good enough.
So, literally, yeah, on the next block, not too far down.
So how long have you lived in the Twin Cities area, the Minneapolis area?
Minneapolis, Twin Cities area for 33 years, pretty much, my whole life. I'm a city kid.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, well, before I forget to ask you, you've done some work in the security field.
That is correct. Been working in security for over 10 years.
And what does that mean?
So that's his real job.
As far as security, private security, worked at the clubs, Pichaluches, different clubs downtown Minneapolis. Worked at Allied Security for a year before the situation as well. And I've done private security for the Mystic Lake kids as well. So I've been working security for quite a few years.
And so that means everything from, I suppose, being what we might think of as a bouncer to just...
Yeah, so from being a bouncer to a private security, like I said, being a door guy, to escorting some of the high-profile athletes as well too. Some of the comedians that came into Minnesota, and like I said, some of the high-profile kids from Mystic Lake that families own Mystic Lake. I have done multiple private securities for them as well on different events throughout Minnesota.
So for doing that job, do you have to learn some use of force?
Correct. Well, my uniqueness is I'm a wrestler from high school that developed into a martial artist. So that's what gave me more of the opportunity to be able to do the private security and things like that, and just started connections from the mixed martial arts world, from my previous manager to the different friends inside of my circle.
And when you're doing security, do you sometimes have the opportunity to work with Minneapolis police officers?
That is correct. I have worked side by side with Minneapolis Police Departments and Minneapolis Police since I was 21 years old. And again, I'm 33 years old right now. I work downtown. Pichaluche brought me in a couple of years ago when one of the top guys, Antonio, left to go to Vegas and work out in Vegas. Pichaluche reached out
there's
to
a lot
me
of former... There's a lot of off-duty cops that do it too,
I control my city because I have a relationship with both sides of the city. It don't matter if it's business, streets, friends, different areas. My connection is pretty broad to the Twin Cities. So I'm able to talk certain people out of certain situations downtown from there. So, yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Okay, so working security, you sometimes work with Minneapolis police officers who are also working security.
That is correct, off duty.
And sometimes when they're called in as police officers to an incident.
That is correct.
And since you mentioned the mixed martial arts, let's talk about that a little bit. You mentioned also wrestling.
That is correct.
And when did you start in the sport of wrestling?
I started in 7th grade, or 7th grade.
Yeah, I haven't earned that yet.
Yeah, right. Hey, soon.
Somebody might be upset if you start calling me. But So you started wrestling at a very young age.
Correct.
And wrestling as a sport, what kind of things do you got to learn if you want to be a good wrestler?
That is correct.
What kind of things do you need to learn?
You need to learn one, the mentality of being a wrestler. You know, it's a hard pace, different grind. It's not really a sport; it's a lifestyle. You got to really learn the technique of wrestling. You know, and then it's different. You got to learn the different atmospheres of wrestling as well. You could be the top guy wrestling in an arena where everyone hates you, and you're wrestling against someone that everybody wants you to win. So you got to be able to absorb all that and be able to move forward and perform. So those three things.
And how about the physical aspects of it? What kind of things do you need to do to be a good wrestler physically and to beat your opponent?
Yeah, you have to be able to condition your body. You have to be able to do different circuits, different workouts, running. Just conditioning your body to be able to be an elite wrestler.
Is there a lot of using your weight to control the other person?
That is right, correct. When you first start wrestling, you don't really understand the weight shifting. You're kind of like falling all over the place. But then eventually you learn how to control your weight off of someone else's movement and body movement and things like that. So you know the different pressures and different just movement. And it's called flow wrestling. You eventually learn how to flow wrestle when it comes to that, and it's just like not being so resistant to everything.
And so you're saying flow, F-L-O-W, not echo.
Yeah, like flow, F-L-O. Yeah, flow, W.
Wasn't sure if you said float or flow. So.
Flow,
Got it.
F-L-O-W.
So would you tell the jurors then about your wrestling career?
Yeah, I wrestled Minneapolis, Edison in high school. Again, I started in 7th grade, so I had to fast track and catch up to all the kids that was already better than me, because most kids started at 4 years old. So coming into Edison, they were a really good program at the time, probably the best one since 2006. I was able to transfer in, crack the lineup at Edison, and I was a multiple-time state entrant, couple times sections champs, and I went on and wrestled in college as well at DCTC. I wrestled there for 1 year, and then went over and wrestled at RCTC, which is another junior college. And from there, I just been growing into wrestling, learning different wrestling. I coach youth programs since I got out of high school, and I currently coach my kids right now. They currently wrestle in different friends' kids as well, and help them develop their skills and to do different private lessons and things like that with them. So this all started from me being a 7th grader, playing in the backyard with some friends, and they. That's fine. He asked me to explain.
Yeah, but we're going to shorten it up a little bit.
That's when you can ask him more questions. Yes, sir.
It also helps the court reporter who is taking everything down on a stenographic machine.
Correct.
That way she can get a break between. So,
yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
So I'm going to back you up a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Just to ask you a couple specific questions. You mentioned DCTC.
Correct.
Can you describe for us what that is?
Dakota County Technical College.
Okay, so it's like a junior college wrestling.
Junior college, correct.
And the other was RCTC?
Yep, Rochester Community College.
Okay. And
you went to Edison High School,
wrestled at
really
the college
all
level?
white? Goddamn.
And at some point, did you take up mixed martial arts?
Yes. About sophomore year at Rochester, I'm in a unique situation. I have my kid with me. So we kind of shifted towards getting our grades together and trying to create a plan to be able to wrestle in college eligibility-wise. I end up finding martial arts from different friends like Marcus Levester, Jack Jusila, Javari Veneer, and Carey, and things like that were my coaches that wrestled. And they wrestled and coached me, and they ended up jumping into martial arts. And I came back to visit and kind of fell into the martial arts world with them.
So let me just So you've done a lot in mixed martial arts.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and walk you through it a little bit.
Yep.
But what year was it that you started seriously training in mixed martial arts?
About, let's see, 22, like 09-ish, like 09.
Have you been involved in it ever since?
I've been involved in it ever since, correct.
Continue to be involved in it?
Yeah, continue to be involved in it. As of the last 9 months, I have not been training.
Okay. And ever done the mixed martial arts, what we call it, a fight, professionally?
Correct. Amateur. I got 10 amateur fights and about close to 20 professional fights.
So about 2009 you start.
Correct. Correct.
Through 2020, correct?
Correct.
How often during that time period are you in the gym training?
That's Monday through Friday. Like I devoted my life to mixed martial arts, and my kids' life to mixed martial arts. So it's a 40 hours or more a week job at the Minnesota Martial Arts Academy. I was in there majority in the mornings from 10 a.m. to sometimes 3 in the afternoon, training for hopefully a fight.
So the Mixed Martial Arts Academy, that's the business where you trained?
That is the gym I train at, correct.
And when you were training there, did you ever did you ever train with Minneapolis police officers who were there?
Correct.
Describe that for the jury, please.
Not everybody they don't always let you know that they're a cop or CIA agent or FBI agent, but we all kind of link together because they're trying to learn how to be able to defend different chokes or be able to detain different people. So Greg Nelson, which is the head professor there, he's a unique guy. He's been able to work close with the military and the Army and the combative team. So we get a lot of Army combative people coming in and training with us just so they can learn how to, defend themselves in war. I'm taking, and so I've been training next to some of them for, like I said, a decade.
And some of them are Minneapolis police officers training there.
Yep, that is correct. And they're not all Minneapolis Police Department. They're from all different precincts, all different backgrounds of the law enforcement.
So when you're training in mixed martial arts, is part of the ultimate goal to get the other person to submit?
Yeah, that's the goal of it. Everybody gets into martial arts for different reasons. As you're rolling and understanding it, yes, your whole thing is to be able to get the person to submit when you do put a choke or a different submission on them.
So let me talk to you about that. So you're trained on what are called chokeholds.
Correct.
And what kind of training do you receive to do a chokehold?
Damn. 4chan did some digging on this guy. As you can see, Donald Williams, from his social media, this dude has this Northside Boxing Club hoodie, these shoes, and this hat. And they found the video of this motherfucker blasting state trooper. That's him. That's the witness. Right there. And 4chan found this out by fucking digging this dude's social media, man. I don't know. This guy says debunked, but they sent it to his lawyer. I'm going to keep looking it up.
First, you go into a basic class. They teach you the basic techniques of jiu-jitsu.
It says the same dude.
On the back, how to be able to defend off of a choke and how to be able to put someone in a choke as well. And those are some of the basics that we learned from them.
So if we talk about specifically chokeholds involving the neck,
correct.
Did you also have to learn about the structures in the neck that can lead to a chokehold?
Correct. And different. There's air chokes and there's blood chokes, and
could be totally fake, but hey.
So explain the first two.
Could be real.
Air choke is more of like choking someone. They still have air to breathe in there, and they're able to absorb it and feel it.
Could be fake. Could be real.
Choke where it's a blood choke where it specifically attacks the side of the neck. And it particularly cuts off the circulation of your arteries and stops the different blood flowing from top of your head to the bottom of your head. And sometimes you could get in a blood choke and not know you're in a blood choke until you're unconscious.
In your training, have there been times when you've been rendered unconscious through a chokehold?
Correct. I have been submitted on a professional level in live matches, and I have over 30 jiu-jitsu submission matches where I have got caught in a submission before on a rear naked choke and a front choke. Only have been only choked out twice in the jiu-jitsu side, but on my martial arts, on the fight side, I've been submitted maybe 3 times on a side choke.
So in that training, do they have to teach you what that's like so you know to avoid it?
Yes, correct. So it's a uniqueness. You have to kind of like be acceptable to being choked. You can't just not normal people can just really get choked. You gotta relax, you gotta be able to breathe, you gotta be able to let the choke happen, and you gotta be able to know when to actually tap out on the choke.
Confirmed his height.
you're in
with
practice,
his
you're
martial
not trying
arts
to put this person
shit.
to sleep, but you're trying to get them to understand how it feels to be
Got
choked.
close-ups
we do go
of his
back and
shit.
forth, choking each other. Sometimes you'll see white stars when you get choked, and it kind of like helps you understand, you know, when you went too far, you know. And
It's a
some
water
people choke
cap.
tolerance is higher than normal, you know. Some are really low, where when you do put a blood choke, they're tapping right away, and some people will be able to absorb it and actually meditate.
I don't know, chat.
Because they want
Could
to
be
able
real,
to
could be
comfortable
fake.
in the choke and be able to get out of it in live action.
So you use the term tap out, and what does that mean?
So tap out will be, for instance, so if I have you in submission and I feel like it's getting to a certain point where it's not comfortable for me, I just tap my my opponent, and my opponent releases his choke, and then we're back to grappling again. And you know, I catch him in a submission, and if he's not comfortable, he taps. And this goes for the neck, limbs, and all that, so you don't harm each other during practice.
What can happen, have you learned through your training and experience, if you don't tap out, if a choke goes too far?
If you don't tap out, you can lose consciousness. And
Wow, they really trying to pull
develop
this?
different, I'm not
He's
a
really
doctor,
trying to
but
pull
signs
this?
from your brain to your body because of lack of oxygen and things like that.
Wow.
So we talked about that a lot, but I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Correct.
We'll come back to that in a little bit.
Yes, sir.
I want
They're
to take
trying
your
to
attention back
use
to
him
May
as
25th of 2020.
as an expert witness.
Remember that day?
About choking
And,
right now.
On that day, at some point, did you go to Cup Foods?
Correct.
And prior to going to Cup Foods that day, had you done any activities with, for instance, your son?
Correct. Yeah. So earlier that day, I just went fishing with some wrestling friends, wrestling family, me and my son, and yeah, we came caught maybe 3 bass. Throughout that whole day of fishing, it was a beautiful day during the day, so everybody was out on the lake. So we went fishing and caught 3 bass. After we got done fishing, rolled around a little bit, had to fish in a little bowl on the side, you know, the boat swimming around the water, uncomfortableness. And once we got done fishing, we had to, you know, drain the water, take our fish, and find somewhere to actually transport our fish back home on, you know, safe way, I guess, to their death. So we put them in a bag and tied them up, and we pretty much suffocated them on our way home for our ride.
So that you could enjoy them later.
Yeah, so we can actually cut them up, eat them, and freeze them, which are still in the freezer.
And so at some point then you decided to go to Cup Foods. Why did you decide to go there that day?
So I went to Cup Foods because I haven't cut a fish up since I was like 23, working at a butcher at Solo grocery store. So me and the fish had we were going through some things of watching this fish actually die and watching him lose his air and watching his eyes actually roll back in the back of his head. So after we got done cutting them up, me and my son was actually watching on a YouTube channel trying to figure out how to actually cut the fish the proper way and make sure that we're doing it right, cutting the fins off, chopping the side of the head off, you know, filleting the fish. So after I got done doing that, I just needed air for myself. So I went to the store to go get something to drink at the time, and I kind of just snuck out from the family once I got done cutting the fish.
So did you drive there?
That is correct, I did drive.
Okay, I'm going to show you something we've already received as Exhibit 1 on the screen. Can you show Exhibit 1, please? Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Correct.
All right. And this is the intersection of 38th and Chicago where Cup Foods is, correct?
Correct.
And you will notice on the bench in front of you one of these little styluses, hopefully.
Correct.
And you can draw on this, and I'd ask you just to show the jurors where you drove up and where you parked.
Is it showing up? Is it showing up on there or no?
I don't see it yet.
I don't see it either. Oh, there it goes. Came from that angle. So I parked somewhere in here.
All right. So for the record, you drove down 38th Street towards Cup Foods and parked on 38th next to Cup Foods.
That is correct.
All right. Okay. And I'm going to show you some photographs to sort of help illustrate what you did that day. All right. And I'm going to first, Your Honor, offer Exhibit 18.
No objection.
18 is received.
Okay, can you put 18 up, please? Now, do you recognize this photograph?
Correct.
This is something we had shown to you before.
That is correct.
And who is that in the photograph?
That is Donald Wynn Williams II, which is me.
Okay. And is that you parked, the area where you parked on 38th?
That is correct.
And that's you walking up?
That is correct.
And can you describe for us what you're wearing, the sweatshirt that you're wearing?
Northside Boxing Club.
Okay. So that's not the academy where you train, that's just another club?
No, that is not. It's a youth gym for boxing.
And so when you decided to go to Cup Foods, did you get all dressed up and get ready for going out?
No, not at all.
Okay. This is just an outfit you threw on?
That is correct.
All right. When you were on your way to Cup Foods, did you grab your cell phone and take it with you?
That is correct.
You had it with you?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. And so after you got out of your car, as you walked up towards Cup Foods, did you notice any police cars in the area?
That is correct, I did.
Okay. Describe for the jurors and kind of what you saw as you're walking up.
As you can tell by my face expression, I was kind of like, oh, the police is here. And I noticed that there was 2 police squad cars out there. And I just had a look on my face like, oh, we're in the city, something else is going on. Should I get back to my car or not?
Okay. And what did you decide to do?
My energy just kept pushing me forward, and I kept walking.
Okay. And so you kept walking towards the store?
That is correct. I started walking towards Cub Foods entrance.
And did you end up going into Cub Foods?
No, I did not make it into Cub Foods.
Why not? What stopped you?
My energy stopped me. The surroundings stopped me. The energy of the air, just me as a person, if people know me personally. It just, the energy was off. I couldn't get in the door for some reason. And then once I realized why.
So when you came around, so Cup Food sits on the corner, correct?
That is correct.
So 18 shows you walking up on the 38th Street side.
Correct.
When you get around the corner, what is it that starts to affect your energy and your decision to go in the store or not?
Yeah, so I was just sitting at the door, just like, man, there's so much going over here. Do I involve myself? Because I'm usually, I pay attention to my city. So I was contemplating with myself, do I involve myself or do I go inside the store? I started hearing different voices from people that they know, telling someone that they just calm down, everything's gonna be okay. And then I heard, some people saying that, I'm looking for some point for their mother. And I heard another voice just saying that, you should let him up and that he's not resisting arrest. And it was just certain things that just kept boop, 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 hitting me while I was standing there, like, should I go in the door or not?
And did you go into the store then?
I did not go into the store.
All right. So now I'm going to show you, first I will offer Exhibit 19.
Any objection?
No. Anything received? Put 19 up, please. And do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
That is correct.
And is that you then walking along Chicago?
That is correct, walking on Chicago.
All right. So when you get into this area, what are you experiencing right here where you're walking along?
Again, like I said, I was just hearing different emotions, different comments, and at this point I just was kind of deserted. So I kind of slowly trotted over there.
And we can see in Exhibit 19 there's a couple other people on the sidewalk here. Did you know any of those people as you walked up?
No, I did not know no one out there at all.
The first people that you see while you're there, you stayed at that area for quite a while, correct?
That is correct.
So the people that you first see as you're walking up, can you kind of describe how they looked or how they appeared to you, who they were?
Correct. Again, I don't know none of them. I just remember off of certain visualization that it was 3 people outside. It was an older guy, a young lady, and maybe one more other gentleman out there. And yeah.
And then this photograph also shows in front of you a person with a green shirt. Do you remember seeing that person?
Not at all.
Okay.
Like she wasn't like in, she was there, but I didn't see her.
Okay. And so you, well, from where you are in this photograph, where did you go? What did you end up doing?
I believe I ended up probably standing next to this little spot right here where she's standing at a point. I probably was standing somewhere in here after I came from this way, and I just sat there and chilled right in this area for a second, observing like security officers do. I observed the scene first before I spoke.
And as you observed it, what are you seeing and hearing?
Well, once I get there, I hear an older guy saying, "It's gonna be okay. Quit this stress. They're gonna get you up and put you in the car." And just hearing people, different people actually vocalizing their concerns to the officer, and hearing George on the ground pretty much pleading for his life, saying he's sorry, I can't breathe, I want my mom, just please let me up, and things like that.
So, while we still have Exhibit 19 up, can you show the jury after you got done observing, where did you go from there?
I've ended up somewhere in this vicinity throughout the whole time.
Okay. And so when you went over by the curb area there, what did you see happening on the ground behind the squad car?
Well, before I walked up, I noticed it was an officer standing right here, kind of pretty much dictating the crowd from only standing on this curb right here where they're at. Noticed that part right away. And then I finally noticed, it's going to be on the opposite side, but I noticed George's head was kind of sticking out from the side of the car. And then I noticed Officer Chauvin right here with his knee,
Chavez?
Circulated on George's neck.
Who the fuck is Officer Chavez?
On this side of the car.
All right, we'll get to that in just a second while we're still on this photograph.
Correct.
When you went over there initially, did you leave the curb and go onto the street?
There is a possibility that I was battling with myself to stay on the curb and throughout the time. Correct.
We know later you went into the street area, but when you first got there, did you stay on the curb?
Yeah, when I first got there, I stayed right here. I didn't move too much right there. I stayed here, and I might have stepped down once or twice back and forth, but I can't 100% remember.
And you saw an officer standing in that area you showed us before.
He was about like somewhere.
Did you learn later that officer's name?
Yeah, I read his badge. I read his badge. Can I say his name right now? No. But at the time, I think I called him by his name from his badge, just from visualization, reading his badge.
Was it Officer Tao?
Correct.
All right. And you were able to read that from his badge on his uniform?
That's how much respect I tried to give him at the beginning.
And so you saw him there?
Correct.
And what did you understand his role to be when you were observing?
He was a dictator. He dictated what went on the curb. He controlled the people. He controlled me, and he was the guy that let it go on while it went on.
Now, you mentioned Mr. Floyd.
Correct.
Where was this individual you referred to as Mr. Floyd?
Can you please repeat that?
Sure. Where was this individual that you have referred to as Mr. Floyd?
Mr. Floyd, again, was on this side of the car, angled down by the tire area in this area, but on this side of the car.
And at this time, prior to coming into court, did we show you a photograph of the officer with Mr. Floyd on the ground?
Can you please repeat that?
Yeah. Prior to court today, did we show you a photograph of that officer with Mr. Floyd on the ground?
That is correct.
And that photograph, did it fairly depict what you saw when you got there first?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, to that extent, I would offer Exhibit 17.
Any objection? 17.
Now I'm going to show Exhibit 17 on the screen, and so this is what you saw when you came to that area on the curb there.
Yeah, this is what I saw, and the only reason why he's looking at me right now is because I told him it was a blood choke.
Okay, we will come back to that in a little bit. When you were there, was Mr. Floyd able to speak?
That is correctly. He was speaking in a distress way.
And what kinds of things led you to believe he was distressed?
He was vocalizing it to the officer. He said, "My stomach hurt. I can't breathe. My head hurts. I want my mom." Yeah, those are the things that he repeatedly said. He wanted to get out the car. He said he's sorry for what he did. He pleaded with my mans and told him, like, "I'm sorry. I shouldn't pretty much have to die."
And so did you feel like you could have walked closer from this vantage point on the curb?
I could have. I felt that way in a way, but it's a fear factor as well.
And at this time, so you had seen Officer Tao, and you had seen this officer in Exhibit 17.
Correct.
On Mr. Floyd. Did you see any other officers at the scene at that time?
No, I did not.
All right. Were you, and so this in Exhibit 17 shows the vantage point you had, the view you had from where you were standing.
Correct. I only had that side view of the two officers and the shoulder length of George Floyd's head. Nothing else.
And when you were in this location, can you describe for the jurors what you saw about Mr. Floyd, how he appeared? Well, let me back up just for a second. You've used Mr. Floyd's name. Did you know him at the time?
I did not know Mr. Floyd at all. No real connection.
So you're using his name because you've learned since then who he is?
Correct. Can't go too many places without not knowing his name or seeing his face.
So when you're in this location, you first come up and you're seeing him, he's able to speak.
Correct.
Can you describe what you saw of Mr. Floyd's condition as time progressed here?
As time progressed, so when I first arrived on the scene, Mr. Floyd was vocalizing his sorriness and his pain and his distress that he was going through. The more that the knee was blocked on his neck and shimmies were going on, the more you seen Floyd fade away and slowly fade away, and like the fish in a bag, you seen his eyes slowly, pale out and again slowly roll to the back of his eyes, and
his eyes rolled to the back of his eyes.
That's what I heard, and that's how what it was like. He was going through the stress because of the knee, and he vocalized it that I can't breathe, I need to get up, and I'm sorry. And his eyes slowly rolled to the back of his head. You seen the blood coming out of his nose. You heard him tell him before he stopped speaking that my stomach hurts, and those most of the times is the last bowel movement of your life. So from there on, he was lifeless. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He didn't have no life in him, no more on his body movements.
During that time period, did you notice anything about his breathing that was significant to you?
Yes, just like in MMA, you could tell when someone gets tired, or you could tell when someone's getting choked out or things like that. His breathing was getting tremendously heavy and tremendously harder for him to breathe, and you actually could hear him. You could see him struggling to actually gasp for air while he was trying to breathe. And I mean, he barely could move while he was trying to get air.
As you were standing there, did others gather around?
Correct. At the moment, I was the most vocalist person out there pleading for Floyd's life because I felt like it was definitely in the wrong. And there was at one point in time a medic came on scene, and she spoke on checking pulse, what made me even go even more harder because I heard it and then I registered it, like, oh, you do need to check his pulse. Oh, he is not moving. Like, oh, you just killed this man, And so her expertise was like, look, he's fading away. You need to check his pulse. She's asking him multiple times. I'm asking him multiple times. No one checked his pulse.
Do you remember Officer Tao saying anything during this time period?
Yeah, he did what American does, and he blamed it on drugs for being a black man on the ground.
Let me just tell
Sorry
you
about that. Yeah.
What did he say about drugs?
He said, "This is what drugs do to you." And I replied, "This is not what drugs do to you."
So, did that Officer Tao saying that help the situation?
No, it didn't. If I'll be honest with you, it pissed me off more because that wasn't the case. You know what I mean?
So, when you were there, seeing this, did you draw on your training and experience in wrestling and mixed martial arts to draw some conclusion about what this officer in Exhibit 17 was doing?
Can you go ahead and repeat that?
Yep, it's kind of a long question.
Yes, it was.
As you're standing there, seeing what you've described to the jury, did you draw on your training and experience in wrestling and mixed martial arts to get an idea of what this officer was doing physically there?
Correct. Yeah, so like as I'm standing there and observing everything, before I even spoke, if you've seen the video, I watched what was going on, and as he's positioned here before I even spoke to the officer, I watched the position, one, of where the position of the neck or the knee was on the neck, two, what body movements was going on while the knee was on the neck, and then three, what was the condition of George Floyd while he was going through this torture. One was that the neck was diagonal across.
I read that the judge struck a lot
choke,
of what this guy said.
The side of the neck, and
because he's not an expert witness about choking
or side chokes or things like that. You want to attack the side of the neck to cut the circulation of the breathing from your person.
This guy's talking out his fucking
asshole.
asshole.
Tighter. You hit different shimmies, which I felt the officer on top was shimmying to actually get the final choke in while he was on top to get the kill choke, because a side choke or a blood choke can ultimately turn into death, and that's what we've seen here.
And so,
jury is to disregard the last statement by the witness.
And just for the record, the last statement about leading to
the last statement. Proceed.
And so, did you think, based on your training experience, that this looked like a blood choke?
That is correct.
And did you say that to the officer?
That's correct.
And he respond when you said that to him?
He looked at me right here. It's the only time he looked at me. When I said it was a blood choke, it's the only time he looked up. We looked each other dead in our eyes. Yeah, and when I said it, he acknowledged it.
And
like we're looking at each other right here.
Okay.
Last statement is sustained as non-responsive.
And so when
question.
I'm sorry. And Mr. Williams, from that vantage point depicted in Exhibit 17, that officer, do you see that person present in the courtroom today?
That's correct. He's standing right there.
In order to ask the record to reflect he's identified the defendant?
It will so reflect.
When you were there at the scene, did you at one point tell the officers that you were trained at the academy?
That is correct.
And what did you mean by academy?
A shortening for the Mixed Martial Arts Academy.
He meant this. He was acting like he was talking about the police academy. I trained with this guy at the academy.
Now, as this was happening, did other people eventually come to the scene?
That is correct.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 184. Before we put that up, Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 184. It's not on there. All right, we'll come back to that later. When this crowd was there, do you recall roughly how many people were there?
No, I do not.
At any time, did you hear anybody threaten to harm the officers?
No. Well, I wouldn't say harm. I mean, some kid came, the kid that might have called the police, I'm not sure exactly from when I talked to him after the situation, but he did come out once he realized what was going on, and he almost like tried to rile the crowd back up, and I just kind of like, nah, just chill out, it's too late, you can't do that, just go back inside. So that was the only incident I recall of it.
And when you did that to him, did he go back inside?
Yeah, he went back inside crying.
We was good boys and shit.
Now, earlier you mentioned the term shimmy.
Correct.
Which I've just been spelling SHIMMY. Good enough?
Yeah, good enough. You never gave a spelling of it, but yeah, shimmy.
And so that's a move that you learned in your training for mixed martial arts holds.
That is correct.
And what's the purpose of doing a shimmy?
To get the choke tighter, to close the gap of the air between your arm and the neck.
And were there times that you saw things that you thought you recognized as a shimmy by this officer on Mr. Floyd?
That is definitely correct.
Your Honor, just for the record, we are going to show a portion of a video that I think counsel will stipulate to its admissibility. We'll lay full foundation for it tomorrow, and I'm only going to show a portion of it for this witness today. And that's Exhibit 15.
Any objection to the partial? Exhibit 15 will be received, subject to later foundation.
Now, Mr. Williams, you did not take any video at the scene yourself.
That is correct. No video.
And we had an opportunity to show you a video earlier. And did that video fairly and accurately depict what you were seeing there?
From a live angle, yes. From myself, yes.
Right. What I'm going to do is play a portion of Exhibit 15, and it's the time period roughly when you are there. And while we play it, I would just ask that you explain to the jury the things that you saw you would consider a shimmy, and just sort of explain how what it is that you're seeing to make you think that.
Correct.
Is that all right?
Yes.
All right. So we'll do Exhibit 15 starting at 44 seconds.
Let me breathe, please, man. I've been trying to help out with this. Let me breathe with this. Man.
So now he just did it right there. You see his foot is on his toe is pointed down, and you will see a small gesture in his back foot like this. And that's just the pressure you push more down between his knee, George's head, and the concrete, and cut off circulation.
Yeah, this guy's full of shit.
That,
Dude's an idiot.
Yeah, he just did it again.
And we saw that movement there that moves
Correct.
the knee on
And his foot, this time his foot came up off the ground, so no foot on the ground, so all the pressure is on his neck.
And you're talking about the foot on the same leg as the knee.
Yep, so correct. So it's the same foot on the knee. So it's like this is a choke here. So this is, for instance, my neck here. And then for me to close this, I shimmy, I shimmy, I shimmy, I shimmy, I shimmy. And now I close the choke on the side of the neck.
And just for the record, just for the record, you're demonstrating with your arms.
Yep, I'm demonstrating with my arms. So that's choke, from neck here. And for instance, my neck would be from here, so I would have this across from here. And then I'm closing it off here. His knee. And then every time I'm shimmying, I'm getting this right here to close the gap closer within my neck. And it's the same way that you can do without having the neck across here.
So we'll continue on with the video then.
What do you want? I can breathe.
See, they did it again. They did it again. They did it again.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man. I will. Get up, get in the car.
It's just a small gestures, and then you'll see his shoulders slowly swag. Sorry.
Okay. So.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yep. So what we'll do is we'll wait. Now we've stopped the video at this portion, and if you could just explain what you're seeing here.
Correct.
That leads you to believe this is a shimmy type move.
Correct. So explain now.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So the gestures and the movements is from his shoulders and the top, and he's just doing it with his knees. Not it's not an actual choke on with the hands. So he's actually putting the same pressure as you would with your neck. And like I said, every time his shoulder is moving, he's pushing that pressure down on his neck from the shoulders to the knees, all the way from this angle. And you will see his shoulder shift, and then you'll see the bottom of his knee shift, and his foot come off. The one time he took his foot off the ground and put multiple pressure. Now his foot's not on the ground. He's driving off his far foot.
And, as you're seeing this, are you also seeing things on Mr. Floyd's face that you testified to earlier?
Correct.
All right. So let's continue with the video then.
Get up, get in the car. Mama. Get up and get in the car right. I can't. Get y'all an opportunity to get in, bro. I told you can't win. My knee. You can't win, man. I'm through. I know you didn't never even listen. That's the movie. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts.
Fairly ardent, in particular with
officers,
what he was with. Let's go back.
Different, the individuals testifying were that they came from different walks of life, different professional backgrounds, and had different perspectives, but all concluded that what they saw was concerning, was in need of attention, and should have been elevated even beyond the community and the city that they are a part of, which is why they tried to get the message forward to other people that this was a topic that they believe is of high concern. It'll be interesting to see what other witnesses that are brought forward in support of the prosecutor's case, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they will add to this conversation that we haven't already considered.
And James, we have about less than a minute right now. What are you going to be looking for tomorrow?
Yeah, for them to finish building the foundation of this trial, Rhonda, there was so much video. There is so much video. The cashier at the gas station.
When this crowd was...
All right, so apparently this trial ended in the middle of this guy's
the bottom of his knee shift,
fucking thing.
And his foot come off. The one time he took his foot off the ground and put multiple pressure. Now his foot's not on the ground. He's driving off his far foot.
And, as you're seeing this, are you also seeing things on Mr. Floyd's face that you testified to earlier?
Correct.
All right. So let's continue with the video then.
Get up, get in the car. Mama. Get up and get in the car right. I can't. Get y'all an opportunity to get in, bro. I told you can't win. My knee. You can't win, man. I'm through. I know you didn't never even listen. That's the movie. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts.
Alright, so chat. That was the last witness. They cut him off, apparently. And they are done with the trial for today. So what does that mean? Well, it means I'm gonna cut the stream in a second. And that... I don't know, but maybe I will stream protest shit tonight. But I don't think so. I think I'm gonna go to bed. So hit up only a Mr. Bill on Twitch. And yeah, that's it. Go hit up Mr. Bill, only a Mr. Bill on Twitch. Go over to his stream, check it out. Watch some protest footage. I'm gonna take a nap. Ugh. Thanks for hanging out and watching the protest shit, guys. We'll catch you probably tomorrow. Back on Twitch, alright? Here's the link for my Twitch. So hit this up. And we'll see you guys later, man. Alright, see ya.